am I doing here, you may ask? Normally, I live stream Mondays through Fridays at 1 p.m. and 1 a.m. Eastern, along with having special podcast episodes released on the Sundays at 6 p.m. Today is a Saturday at 1:18 p.m. as of right now. So what am I doing here? Well, I figured, you know what? One of my favorite things in the world, and if you like me, if you watch me regularly, then you'll know this. One of my favorite things in the world, maybe my favorite thing in the world, is horror movies. And I decided, you know what, we're going to try something a little bit different than normal. We're going to try to do a live stream where I watch AMC Fear Fest. So what I'm going to be doing is actually on my main channel, Square and Compass Promotions, in about 40 minutes at 2 p.m. I'm going to go live. But for now, I figured, you know what, let's finish off watching the rest of Friday the 13th Part 6, Jason Lives, on AMC Fear Fest. I'm watching it right now. It finishes at 2 p.m. and then we'll switch it up. Oops. But I'm just trying something right now. I'm going to wait to see who joins. Or actually, sorry, what I'm going to do, I'm going to figure this out. If you're just joining us, please hit the like and subscribe button, by the way. Let me know if you also love scary movies as I try to figure out the technical stuff here. Underground Thomas, hello, how's it going? Thank you for being here. Are you a fan of scary movies like I am? I know this has nothing to do with Freemasonry, my love of scary movies, but nonetheless, maybe we can find some ways to add Masonic items in. And by the way, for Masonic topics, if there is anything that you want to talk about while we're doing this, please, 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 when it comes to Freemasonry, jump in the chat and let me know. This is an experiment kind of thing, trying something different, trying to see how it goes. Hello, Dark Knight, how are you? Ryland, hello, how's it going? Thank you for being here also. I hope you're doing well. For some reason, my YouTube Creator Studio is not working. Get_triggered. Hello, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. Ryland, I hope you're doing well also. And for some reason, it's not working. Let's try if I can do it just on the YouTube itself. Pip, I cannot pronounce that. How's it going? Thank you for being here. I am a Freemason, Hierophantes. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button, by the way, to this video. But let me know how it's going and if there's anything that you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry. We're going to do that while I hang out and watch Friday the 13th, Part 6, Jason Lives. Well, thank you for that. I hope I can try to maybe answer some of your questions. Just note, it's not a creed. Is a thing to keep in mind, right? It's not a creed, it's not a religion, it's a civic group or a social group. There is a lot of conspiracy theories about us, unfortunately. Although I don't mind them, it's fun, it's enjoyable to talk about. Nice. I'm watching Friday the 13th Part 6, Jason Lives right now, which is, by the way, my favorite of the Friday the 13th. And I love AMC Fear Fest. Hierophantes, I'm going to get to your question. Just one second, just to put a couple of things up here quickly. Then I'll get to your question. And if you want to watch along with me, please do so. I'm watching AMC Fear Fest. Jason, just writing a fun question. So yes, I like Jason Takes Manhattan a lot. So you do not need to be religious to join a Masonic lodge. Rather, what you need to be is you need to believe in a supreme being, Hierophantes. So You can be Christian, Muslim, Jewish. You can be Wiccan. You can be Hindu or Sikh, indigenous. You can also be like me. I don't believe in a supreme being. Or sorry, excuse me. I believe in a supreme being, but I'm not religious. I don't believe necessarily in any particular religious faith or denomination. Rather, I just believe that there is a supreme being, that there is something greater than ourselves. But I don't follow any particular religious creed or belief. Um, I know pagan Freemasons. Um, so yeah, no, I know many, well, I shouldn't say many. I would say I know several pagan Freemasons. Um, because so long as they can say they believe in a supreme being, then that would constitute belief for the purposes of Freemasonry. Well, I would say a deist more than anything else. I would say a deist. Um, I cannot, Aaron, but you can hit the like and subscribe button if you want to be cool. Ross, I mean, the physics of that sound pretty good. What I would say is certainly, I think that would constitute the belief in a supreme being. But every Masonic lodge will have to decide for itself the extent to which it believes or does not believe in or when you're going to join Freemasonry, every Masonic lodge would have to decide for itself, kind of, would ask you the question and would have to decide whether it is an acceptable answer. But generally speaking, the definition of supreme being is so broad and liberal that even people who might traditionally be considered atheists would probably be considered to believe in a supreme being. You have to be kind of ardently atheist. Um, I did, which is why I didn't do it. But you can still hit the like and subscribe button. Hi, Rolf. Sorry, I'm gonna call you Hero if you don't mind, because I can't pronounce it. What is the ontological argument? I've heard that before, but I'm curious if you can explain it to me. Um, Ross underscore Lynch, are you an actor? Are you a fan? I don't know what is Ross Lynch an actor? Uh, I mean, there are no views in like there are no racial views in Freemasonry. That's not to say that Freemasons are human beings, so they have their unfortunate prejudices and everything else, as does everybody else, unfortunately. But that's true for anything, right? In terms of Freemasonry itself, though, uh, welcomes men of all faiths, of all ethnicities, of all races, of all religions, of all creeds, of all backgrounds. Happy birthday, Dream Seeker, 35 years young. There is no, um, like I said, Freemasonry welcomes men of all, and women for that matter, but men of all different religions and ethnicities and races. I've sat in lodges with black and white, Asian, European, South American, Spanish. I think one of the beautiful things about Freemasonry, maybe the most beautiful thing about Freemasonry, is the fact that it does welcome men of all different backgrounds and beliefs and faiths and ethnicities. I think that's a beautiful thing about it. Okay, so basically, the idea of first cause, there must be a first cause in terms of a chain of event. I'm not sure if I would accept that. I think from a logical perspective, um, I don't see why necessarily it's automatically must be the case that that infinite regression is not possible. I think that it might be possible. I don't know. Interesting. Freddy Krueger is winning in the guarding the west gate of the Masonic Lodge. When we say, actually, we shouldn't even say west gate. We should just say, well, I guess that would be kind of funny. Who would you rather send on an investigation committee? Um, just get more sleep, Airjet. I don't get near enough sleep because I'm too busy streaming all the time. But they say, and I would agree with people, that when it comes to things that we need in life, I would say probably getting enough sleep is something that so few people do in Freemasonry, and just in life in general, in terms of your health. I remember you, Airjit. I'm glad to have you back. I do, Airjit. I promise I do. You seem really concerned if I remember you or not. Time is cyclical, like organic machine. Welcome. Please hit like and subscribe. I think you're new. I am Canadian. I was born in Winnipeg. I now live in Windsor. I love Canada, but one of the things I say is the reason I love Canada is because we have the greatest neighbors in the world. That is the States. So, yes, RG, let's go. If you guys want to watch Friday the 13th, Part 6 with me, it's currently on AMC Fear Fest, the Freddy versus Jason Marathon. I was born in Michigan. Sure, organic. Michigan's right across the river from me, and I love Michigan. One of my favorite places. I've written a lot about my trips to Michigan and why I love it so much and how I love it so much and what I think is so incredible about it. So, no, I love Michigan. I think it's an awesome, awesome state. And sure, you can be an honorary Canadian if you'd like. I can make it so. That we have no means of. See, Hierophanes, hero, thank you, Hierophanes. I have to disagree with you slightly on this one. I do. So when I say I believe we do give Canadian passes, when I say I believe in a supreme being, um, I'm just a quick tweet. All right, here we go. Uh, th- Seven. Do you mean service for doing this? Because I love live streaming. I love watching scary movies, so it's not much service. So, a hero for me personally, when I think about the supreme being, um, for me, the way I always describe it, and this is my opinion, is the best way to understand the supreme being is via the equations which rule and govern our universe. Very much like how Einstein described his belief in God as being a reflection of the mathematics and calculations which govern the universe. And because we have the ability, we live in a rational universe and we can understand the universe around us, I believe it is possible for us to make rational decisions and rational understandings. I believe that those equations are themselves a reflection of God as well as God or the Supreme Being Himself. I believe that they allow us to understand the consequences of our actions and therefore what is right and what is wrong and what is virtuous and will to some extent reward us based on our virtuous actions. I guess you could say in some ways I'm Jeffersonian. like Thomas Jefferson, who famously wrote a Bible where he removed all of the um, miracles from it, right? That's kind of my, I guess, belief structure. We're still hanging out watching Friday the 13th, Part 6, Jason Lives. There's 26 minutes left. We're watching an AMC Live, AMC Freddy versus Jason marathon. I mean, there's definitely, I think, a divine element to math. Not just a divine element, but a divine, like there's a morality within it. Like Hierophanes, have you ever seen, um, I can't think of it now. Have you ever seen the movie Lincoln, starring Daniel Day-Lewis? I've used this example before uh, on my stream. I do not know what an omnist is, organic machine death. All right, there was that scene in Lincoln where Pythagoras would agree with you, Dream Seeker, where Lincoln had to make a decision. He had to decide whether he was going to either potentially end the Civil War early, but in doing so, end up delaying the freeing of the slaves, or he could prolong the war potentially. However, it would more likely guarantee an end to slavery. And when he had to make that decision, he's famously talking to his staff, or sending the telegram that will relay his orders or relay his decision. And he actually makes a moral choice, but he bases it on Euclid's axioms and geometric principles. And that goes to show us there is a morality kind of hidden, or not even hidden, there is a morality represented by geometry, which is something I love. I don't know what perennialism is, Hero. Well, because what he says is, when he has to make, he's basically, Lincoln is faced with a moral choice, right? He's faced with the moral choice between, again, does he end the war early and potentially prolong slavery, or does he allow the war to continue, however, making it more likely that he will end slavery? And he makes the moral choice of the latter. And he bases that on Euclid's axiom, the fourth axiom, I believe, which says things equal to the same thing are equal to each other. And he obviously takes that and infers a moral lesson from it, that white people and black people, each being equal to God, must be equal to each other. And therefore, he should make the decision to do what he can to end slavery as soon as possible. So it's this idea of, from geometric ideas or geometric principles, you can divine, if you want to use that term. I don't think I would. You can infer, you can understand, you can grasp moral lessons. And I think that's true. I think that the rationality and ordered nature of the universe does imply moral lessons and moral understandings. And I think that's a Masonic ideal as well. The universe is yearning to be understood. I agree. Growth. I agree. By the way, please hit like and subscribe. I am, both literally and metaphorically. I travel very often for Freemasonry. I've been lucky to travel around the world for it. And also I'm a Mason, and I've traveled to the East several times. I'm actually currently in the East as a worshipful master. Welcome, Ted, though. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe button. And I hope that you are doing well. And let me know if you have any thoughts or questions or ideas regarding Freemasonry. I'd love to hear them. Right now, I'm just hanging out watching my favorite Friday the 13th movie. And one of my favorite movies, Friday the 13th, Part 6, Jason Lives. Thank you, Ted. It is massive, but that shouldn't stop you from hitting like and subscribe. I think it is, right? Because don't forget, survival of the fittest is not what many people think of it as, right? Many people, when they hear survival of the fittest, they think fittest means might makes right, which it doesn't. Right? Fittest means the most adaptable, the most able to adapt to the environment. The strongest don't always survive. The classic example, or the strongest in a physical sense, the classic example being the dinosaurs, right? It's not as though when the asteroid hit, it was exclusively dinosaurs on the planet. There were dinosaurs and other animals. The animals that were most able to adapt to the world post the meteor crash survived. So I think, the lesson there is adaptability. And I think adaptability is, in and of itself, a moral idea. Yes, you cannot hurt me. You just subscribe, which is exactly how it should be. But I think anytime something rational happens, it is it is moral more than anything else. There's mercy for everybody. There's mercy here for everybody. Because mercy blesses him who gives as well as him who receives. Is survival a moral good then? I think it is, on some level. Or let me rephrase that because I want to make sure I say it correctly. Survival isn't a moral good per se, but the rationality of survival implies morality, if that makes any sense. So I'm going to get this completely wrong, by the way, because I'm not a theological expert by any means. So if I'm getting this lesson wrong, you can correct me. But one of my favorite biblical stories that I once heard was, I'm not Christian, so again, I may get this wrong. If I do, let me know. Was the story of, it was Jesus and I guess the devil. And the devil, I think, took Jesus to a cliff or to a high building and said, if you really are the Son of God, you really are God, then you should just jump off of this building and you'll survive, right? And Jesus says, don't make a mockery, of the Lord. What he's saying is, there's cause and effect, there's outcome, there are things that we should be able to understand from a rational perspective. Me, jumping off the roof and expecting to survive is making a mockery of the rules that God has put in place. So it's making a mockery of God. So in some ways, if he did decide to be foolish and jump and think he would survive, then that's an example of it's not a moral outcome, but it demonstrates the fact that we can know what will happen and plan our lives accordingly is a sign of a moral universe. Because there cannot be any morality if you can't understand the outcomes of your actions, right? If I have no idea what will happen when I take an action, then I can't make moral choices. My ability to make moral choices is dependent on my understanding of the universe and how the universe operates. I know, I get it. I get the reference, Ted East, but don't forget there's a lot of non-Masons on this stream too. And so I always try to keep my discussions of Freemasonry broad enough that even non-Masons will understand. But I get the reference. DYS 123. Well, I am not going to discuss what happens to Masons during a degree in any sense. if you weren't interested, you have to join. What I will say is everything within Freemasonry, when it comes to the degrees and initiations and rituals, has a lesson which it imparts. That lesson will be different for everybody. Not everybody takes the same lessons from Freemasonry, nor should they. The things that I love about Freemasonry are not the things that my brother may love about Freemasonry. And that's a beautiful thing. Um, that's something that I really appreciate about it. Yes, it is exactly like the family analogy example, or sorry, family recipe example. Um, I don't want to share with others the private nature of the ceremonies because I want to make sure that the connections between the brotherhood remain between all of us. And if it gets out there, then it affects the closeness and the bonds of brotherhood. Um, I'm not vegan late night ramblings, but I am trying to eat more vegetables, if that helps. Well, DYS, it sounds to me like you think some things happen within our rituals that do not, but I think you might have been reading a little bit too much conspiracy theories online. Um, and that's not, you're not going to get the right information there. What is a Hellenist hero? I've never heard of that before. Or pick your term. Doesn't it be conspiracy theorist per se? We're coming to one of my favorite parts of Part of the 13th, Part 6, Jason Lives. So what did you want to be when you grew up? That always makes me laugh. Yeah, what's a Hellenist? I'm not sure if I've heard that before. Dream Seeker makes a very good point as well. Okay. Like I said, I said before I knew pagan Freemasons, which actually isn't quite true. I think maybe conflating two things. I know Wiccan Freemasons, Wiccan. Um, I kind of maybe I'm wrong, but I have always kind of viewed Wiccan as and pagan as being the same thing. But if I'm incorrect, maybe. But they've never said they were pagan. They've said they were Wiccan, which I'm not sure if that's similar, different enough. To my knowledge, it's very similar. Well, DYS, luckily, having been a Mason for 20 years, I've never seen any abuse. So I guess you can take that for whatever it's worth. Okay, so there you go. But I mean, again, it's about the belief in a supreme being. The nature of that supreme being is up to you. So. Yeah, it sounds again like DYS. You've seen some conspiracy theories online. Now, uh, again, the other possibility you need to keep in mind is there's a lot of what are called clandestine lodges. A lot of lodges that are um, calling themselves Masonic but are not. They're scamming people, or they're lying, or they're pretending to be Freemasons in order to get money from people, or in some cases abuse people. Unfortunately, the Masonic symbols are so ubiquitous that many people can steal them and use them for their own nefarious purposes. You need to keep that in mind as well. Um, well, that's the Scottish Rite thing, order out of chaos. I think really it's more northern jurisdiction, to be honest, but it's southern as well. But in some ways, it kind of, even before it was a Mason, it complies with what I believed to a certain extent, which is the idea that despite it seems like the universe is chaotic, it is actually quite the opposite. It is quite ordered. And discovering that order is a way to discover God or the supreme being of the universe. Well, cast, I tend not to ban people from my stream. Having said that, no transphobia on here. Um, but as a general rule, I try not to ban. It has happened in the past, but I try not to. I don't ban you. I put you in timeout. That's different. I'm not going to ban you. right? You can ban people for life. I'll put people in timeout if I feel like they are, if certainly if insults start to happen, swears start to happen, or racial slurs start to happen, you tend to get a lot of timeouts. But I don't like to ban. I like to give people a chance to cool off and come back. Well, then I guess welcome, cast, to this stream. Thank you for being here. And again, with the whole idea of the club within a club, by the way, Friday the 13th Part 6 is 11 minutes to go. I'm not a big fan of that either, just because, in my experience, again, I've been a Mason for 20 years. I've been to over 1,000 events. I've been to Masonic meetings in five different countries. Never seen any examples of clubs within clubs, or the idea that there's something I'm not seeing. And if I always had to announce my attendance before I showed up, then I could think, DYS, you might have a point, right? Because, if every time I was going to attend a meeting, I had to let them know in advance I was going to attend, they could, hide the secret stuff or hide the abusive stuff or whatever it is. But the fact that in many cases I'm showing up without telling them in advance, including in other countries around the world, like the Philippines, it's very hard for me to see how they could hide any of the more nefarious aspects of the craft from me. No, Ted, no, don't do that. For heaven's sakes, don't read Albert Pike. People will take it. People very, very greatly misunderstand Albert Pike. And then I get people on the stream telling me Freemasons worship Lucifer. And it becomes a whole never ending thing. Start with Freemasonry for Dummies by Chris Hodap, and then work up. And I would suggest not reading Albert Pike until you plan to join Scottish Rite. And even then, exclusively if you're joining the Southern jurisdiction or Canadian jurisdiction. Um, Kia, that's a very personal question. Hit the like and subscribe button, and maybe I'll tell everybody. I think this might be like the number 23 from that Jim Carrey movie. I am not aware of the number 33 being in every shooting, although coincidences do happen. But did it take 33 hours for them to find him? And if it took 33 hours, how many seconds, how many minutes, right? Like, you can pick your numbers to make it work however you want to. It's just the units that you use more than anything else. It's a bit interesting, DYS. The example I give you as a comparison is, if you know the Bermuda Triangle famously has supposedly a higher frequency of ships going missing and disasters and mysteries, what they did is they took the dimension of the Bermuda Triangle, they put it around the globe in different parts of the ocean, and in every part of the ocean where they did it, they ended up finding a similar number of unexplained events or ship crashes or mysteries. There is this thing called frequency bias. It's a real thing. It exists. Um, I am from Canada, born and raised in Winnipeg, and then live in Windsor. It's a bit, again, I think frequency bias, blue car syndrome is what they call it as well. By the way, French food is way better than Italian food, Cass. You are incorrect. I have no idea. That sounds like a terrible idea, Kia. Um, I mean, I don't know this because I never heard the idea of the number of hours it took. I never heard that quote, so I can't speak to what you heard. Um, I love the United States. Canada is the greatest country in the world because we have the greatest neighbors in the world. I agree with Dream Seeker on this. I mean, I wouldn't say that completely N1AFE. Um, yeah, but French food is so good. Italian food is great too, though. I would be very hesitant about that N1AFE. I don't think it's just a matter of them being depressed. And sometimes it can be a matter of they're depressed and looking for reasons for their depression. I think more often than not, it's a matter of um, the natural human desire to find patterns to make sense of a world. It's almost, ironically, it's almost this idea of order of chaos. When things seem chaotic from a emotional sense, like why would this tragedy happen? The human brain's natural desire is to find order and reason for the tragic event. And things like the frequency of the number 33 provide a great deal of order and understanding for those things. Welcome, Minnesota. I got some friends in Minnesota. There's also a lot of great Freemasons in Minnesota. Um, Nightpot, welcome. I think you're new to the stream. Please hit like and subscribe. I truly appreciate it. I would not support Canada-US Union. I'm very happy to Canadian to remain as a separate country, though I do love the States, like I said. We are at the Freddy versus Jason weekend, hanging out watching Jason Lives, my favorite of the Jason movies, and a great movie. Well, Night Pot, I gotta disagree with you on that one. I hope that doesn't stop you from getting like and subscribe, but I do have to disagree with you. I mean, I hope I hope Alberta never leaves Canada. I think our countries are good enough the way they are. I don't think we need to start changing them now. I can't imagine that being the case. I'm very happy with my single payer healthcare system. I have no desire to see that change. As someone who needs to use the healthcare system a lot due to a few different conditions I have, I'm very happy to keep things and our system the way it is. You can stay in my guest room. It'll be awesome. Welcome, country. Well, then I guess I'm a wannabe Mason. Fair enough, though I think your family are quite incorrect, and there's a lot of Masons on the internet. I am one of many. I'm the most handsome one, but I'm still one of many. Um, that is true, Dream Seeker. You're not wrong about that. I do take a lot of pride in my efforts as a Mason to promote Freemasonry and Indigenous peoples and the connections between the two, and how Freemasonry was so valuable and an important part of the history of our First Nations brethren. Um, well, I definitely wouldn't agree with that, hero. I think it's a little bit more complicated than the way you put it. This idea of rightfully conquered, won, lost, I think that's a little bit silly, to be honest. I mean, or that's a very zero sum game way to look at things. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Canada. I love the fact that it exists, but you can both be appreciative and grateful that something exists and also recognize and understand that the way it came to be um, was in many ways tragic. I mean, I think we have this weird thing nowadays where it's everything has to be one thing or the other. It's like if you love Canada, you can't accept the fact that its history has a lot of atrocities in it. Or if you accept the atrocities, it means you hate Canada. I love Canada. I'm proud of this country. I think it's incredible. But I can also recognize that historically, there were a lot of terrible things that happened. And I can also try as much as I can to make those things better in 2025. I don't think there's any type of contradiction between the two. Um, well, I don't think the land should revert. I never said that. I can, both accept this as being Indigenous land and also accept that Canada is a country that not only exists now, but I hope exists forever. Like if you were to show me a map of the world or the globe from 100 years in the future and Canada were not on it, that would make me very sad. But I can also say this is Indigenous land, right? I can say both and not find a contradiction in it. Um, well, and you shouldn't also, I'm not suggesting compensation per se, although there may be times when it's necessary. Um, I mean, look at the residential school system. That was around since 1985 in Canada. I can't speak for if the states had anything similar. But this argument of, you can't recognize two things at once seems very silly. Um, my pregnant wife Louise and suggest baby names. If you hit like and subscribe, sure. Cameron is the best name for anybody ever because it's awesome. Both men and women can have it. Cameron's an awesome name. I don't fall into Thanksgiving. In all fact, I was. Well, you don't have to fall into Thanksgiving. It's up to you how you feel about Thanksgiving. No, I don't. I don't know about putting people on a pedestal. Again, I'm not sure the connection between the two, right? It's more just a matter of you can recognize who was in the country first and understand that there are atrocities taking place while also um, um, appreciating the country you have. The two things are not by any means contradictory to each other. I have no idea what that means by clean the sofa. I have no clue what you're talking about there. Nothing's wrong with giving respect to the grand architect of the universe or the supreme being or God. Pick your term. This is a great song, by the way. They're playing in Friday the 13th, part 6. Craig, hello. How's it going? Thank you for being here. I mean, um, I wasn't educated in school about how any of the atrocities took place among any group. I was educated actually a little bit on the residential school system, but relatively speaking, the most education I got, hello Ryan, was basically this idea that there were First Nations people here, and then there were European settlers here, and stuff happened, and now it's Canada. Um, and again, when they were here first, I think it's fair to give them a certain level of credence, or pick your term, a certain level of deference. No different than if I moved to another country, I should probably try to give a certain level of deference to the country to which I'm moving. Actually, to talk about this in Freemasonry, um, this idea of being respectful of the laws of the country to which you move or the people there. One of the things about Freemasonry you learn is we have responsibility when we're traveling to respect the people where we get to. Oops. Hold on just 1 second here. Just a quick message here. Dun, dun, dun. Game was to rate. I'm now watching Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood on AMC Fear Fest. I have many nationalities in me. Me too. Well, the Hittites were from ancient Egypt, right? In what? I mean, like everything else, the extent to which the Hittite people are relevant to my life is probably limited. I suppose from a cultural perspective or from a world interest perspective, there's something there to what you're saying. I mean, I would love to learn the Hittite language. I would love to learn more about the Hittites. I'd love to learn kind of more that I know. But also, what is it, like 4,000 years ago? Something like that. Um, I think part of it is they're just not around anymore. I mean, I think the world is made better when, amongst other things, we have as many different diverse languages, cultures, beliefs, and ideas in the world as possible. And I think we have, and we're lucky, we're blessed in that we have the capability of preserving the culture of and the language of the First Nations groups in Canada. So we should do what we can to do so. I would hate to see a time when, for example, the Ojibwe language, the Mohawk language, whatever it is, cease to exist, or those cultures cease to exist. And there was a time when it came close. And I think that's a shame. Dun, dun, dun. Lakota and Dakota tribes. Well, and part of it is whoever's winning at the time, quote unquote winning, pick your term, right? Like, um, an example might be if, so I have no legs, right? If you're walking down the street and you see me and Mike Tyson about to get into a fight, I could very well be the asshole in that situation or be treating Mike Tyson with disrespect. I would hope, though, you would still come and try to defend me in that moment because Mike Tyson will kill me if we actually did get into a fight, right? And so sometimes the power dynamics matter, and sometimes the power dynamics are pretty important in any situation, right? People are people. You can be First Nations and a jerk. You can be European and a jerk. You can be any culture and be a jerk. But however, I think you do need to keep in mind power dynamics that are at play and recognize how that can affect the relationships between individuals and who has responsibilities, right? The reason I think maybe I have a responsibility to try and support my First Nations brethren and their languages, but they don't have the same responsibility to me is because the English language does not seem at risk of going anywhere, but the Ojibwe or Mohawk languages do very much seem at risk of going extinct. So in that situation, who's in the more powerful position, who's in the safer position from a language perspective, dictates who has the responsibilities to do what. By the way, Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood has just started. So I think the world is better when we have discussions in general. Cast. I think the world is always better when we have discussions in uh, in the world. Ridiculous logic. Well, I definitely don't agree with that, hero. I think that's pretty crazy. The idea of I should care for my own blood or brothers. I should care for the world and humanity within the world. I have no interest in viewing myself so narrowly as to exclusively or primarily care for quote unquote my um, uh, European brothers. That seems very insane to me. Actually, they talk about that in Freemasonry. One of the first things we're taught or discussed, or not one of the first things. One of the ideas is we as Freemasons are meant to look beyond the narrow limitations of human institutions, whether they be civil or religious. We are taught to look as every person as a brother of the dust, and I think that's the right way to do it. Um, right, I have no interest in what I care about is humanity growing, not a particular race or creed. I care about the Gaelic languages dying out. Actually, there's a lot of great work being done right now, Hero, when it comes to um, uh, the Gaelic languages. If you look on Google, um, preservation of Gaelic languages, um, there's a lot of people doing work on that. Uh, Scotland is doing some incredible work on it. If you go to scotland.org, um, so it's primarily in Scotland, but Ireland is doing a lot of work to preserve their Gaelic languages. We don't have as much Celtic like Europe per se, but they're still working on it. So don't say that, Hero. That is very much incorrect. Does one not prioritize one's family over strangers? Sure, but define family, right? I mean, your family can be of mixed, or you can have different races in your family, different ethnicities in your family. I don't see somebody who is, the same race as me and treat them automatically as family, um, or assume they are my family more so than someone who's a different race. I think that's crazy. Wales, okay. So I definitely do not agree with that, Hero. I think you're 100% incorrect on that one. I do not view my race as an extended family. I view my family as my family. Beyond that, I view humanity as my extended family. I would never prioritize a particular race. Um, the Welsh Gaelic language. So yeah, and I think it's great. I mean, the reason I speak about indigenous languages is because I'm from and live in Canada, where obviously the preservation of indigenous languages is important. But if I lived in the United Kingdom, in Europe, I'd probably be talking about the preservation of the Gaelic languages and the work that they're doing there. Um, I don't think that's a word, hero, but I don't think like race never really came up that much when I was growing up in the 80s, in terms of being white or whatever it is. I think it is always good to embrace your country, but you should never, I don't, when the country becomes primarily related to race, I think that's concerning to me. I think, especially one of the greatest strengths of Canada, United States, is the welcoming nature of it to people of all different ethnicities and races and beliefs. Um, I've never heard that word before. Monk, is that a Gaelic language that you're speaking? Because I never heard that before either. So I'm sure that was tough for you, Nightpot, but unfortunately, I mean, and there's always going to be prejudices. Yeah, I figured racism. There's always going to be typos and there's always going to be issues. Unfortunately, humanity is imperfect, but that doesn't mean that there's not progress to be made or progress that we've already made and we should be proud of. And Freemasonry, to its credit, I think has done a lot to break down racial barriers in the world. Um, well, I think most people are hero consistent with protection of all languages. I mean, there are exceptions, but I think as a general rule, your people's interest in the protection of languages really comes down to where they live, if they care about it at all, right? If you live in Canada and your interest is in languages, you're probably going to care about Indigenous languages. If you live in Europe, it's going to be Gaelic. If you live in the Middle East, it may be the Hittite language, or some of these ancient Mesopotamian languages that are unfortunately are dying, maybe even Latin or Greek. I know when I was going through school, um, I took classical studies, and there was a lot of courses on the preservation of Latin and Greek, not just as written languages, but as spoken languages. So I think even Australia, there's a lot of work now to preserve Aboriginal languages from the Australian continent. So, sure you can INFJ, but first I'm hoping you can hit the like and subscribe button. Do you mind if I ask you first though, INFJ, are you, is that the Brix Myers personality test to which you refer? Because if that is, there's something I want to bring up with you there. Um, but this, okay, so this channel is normally about Freemasonry. I've been a Freemason since 2007. So almost 20 years, which is crazy to think. So normally I talk about Freemasonry and the things that I love about it. However, today I'm watching Friday the 13th. I'm watching the AMC Fear Fest marathon because I love scary movies and I love Fear Fest. And I figured, if I'm going to be watching it all day anyways, I might as well come online, chat with people, hang out, and let me know if they have any questions about Freemasonry. However, the personality testing. So one thing we struggle with quite a bit within Freemasonry, in my experience, especially North American Freemasonry, is, right now, by the way, it's Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood on AMC Fear Fest, is membership engagement, getting members to not just join, but attend regularly. And I thought maybe one thing we could do is engage in personality testing of new members, or actually, sorry, of active members to see if they have personality traits that are common, that we could then screen for in new applicants. So is there something about my personality that encourages me to keep showing up when others don't? Um, and I wrote a story about that. By the way, I'm going to get my thing in just one second, but if you want to check out that story on Medium, I'd really appreciate it. Maybe you can leave a comment. Um, I don't think you lie, uh, uh, Mitch. I think Laura thinks that Freemasonry is a Jewish organization, which it's not. I have an ENFP personality type, which is campaigner, independent and creative. But let me just, I'm going to copy the link. So that's the link there. And oh, sorry. That's the name of it there. I know you don't. Well, so INFJ Mitch, then who are you? Do you know me? Oh, okay. I was like, do I know you from somewhere? So if you type in personality assessments and Masonic performance in Google, actually, if you type in Medium, square and compass, you're almost certainly going to find it. You can read it. You can follow me there. Um, and you can let me know what you think of the article I wrote. Imagine being, well, Jake, that's an interesting thing to imagine. Please hit like and subscribe, anyways. Well, Richard, welcome. Well, then, yeah, welcome, INFJ. It's a pleasure to have you. Richard, um, you are, so it doesn't work through either your mom's or your dad's side. It's not about having family. If you have family who are Freemasons, then um, you may be more likely or interested in joining because of the family connection, but there's no familial lineage required. I know many Masons, in fact, the majority of Masons I know are first time Masons within the family. Um, Jake, I have a big nose. I know I do, but please hit like and subscribe anyways. Yes, caste Christians can be Freemasons, as can Jewish people, Muslim people, Hindu, Wiccan, Sikh, Indigenous, all are welcome. Richard, welcome. Thank you for being here. By all means, Jimmy Fiddle, troll away, but please hit like and subscribe first. Monk, how do I sign up? When you say how do I sign up, how do you sign up for Freemasonry, for my Patreon, for this channel? Good for you, INFJ, Mitch. Uh, I don't know much about the Jehovah's Witness faith, but if that's your faith, then that's awesome. And I hope that it brings you comfort and happiness and all the things that one's faith should bring them. Um, Please hit, like I said, hit the like and subscribe button. But also, if you are Jehovah's Witness, you can become a Freemason because you believe in a supreme being. So I know some Jehovah's Witnesses who are Freemasons. Um, yeah, I mean, I wrote a letter to them. You can write a letter. You can even go knock on the door. Just understand they may not be there. It depends what their meeting schedule is, or they may be busy. But you can write them a letter. You can email them. The one thing to ask them when you join is, when you first make contact, is the Grand Lodge to which they're affiliated. That's the most important thing to know. But yeah, you just get the ball started that way. Contact the local Masonic Lodge. Not a 24-hour stream, but I am watching AMC Fear Fest. So what I'm going to do is, as I'm watching it, I'll take breaks. When I take a break, I'm going to stop the stream altogether. I'm posting a lot of stuff on my Twitter account right now. I'm just kind of hanging out, watching AMC Fear Fest. Currently, Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood. And yeah, please hit like and subscribe. Join my Patreon as well. And thank you guys all for being here. Jake, I think you mean that as an insult. However, whether I was homosexual or not would not matter for the stream, nor for the purposes of Freemasonry. What would matter is trying to get this thing a little bit better set. There we go. I mean, we tend not to recruit, although we're trying to be better at advertising. Hopefully they start getting some through this stream, but very often they will know a friend or have a family member who's a Freemason, and they'll see a ring, they'll see a shirt, and they'll ask about it. Or they'll even see something on TV that piques their interest. They'll have a desire to join a club, to be part of a group, and they'll just get in touch. And that's when Disney gives me a copyright strike. Last, Lacet, the creator. The expense of being a member really depends on the lodge which you're joining, because each lodge sets its own costs. So we can have lodges as cheap as $40 American per year, plus a one-time fee of, let's say, a couple $100. To lodges expensive as $500 per year, plus maybe $1,500 one-time fee to join. It depends really on how the operating costs of the lodge you're joining. And that depends on things like where they're located. For example, if you have a lodge that is in a small town, it might be less expensive to be a member there because the rent of the building and the costs are less expensive than, say, a Masonic lodge in New York City, which might be much more expensive. But each lodge sets its own prices. Um, and yeah, but I'll give you my thing, Lace at the Creator. I am a member of five Masonic lodges, and I pay dues of approximately $500 per year, and that's total. That's for all five of my Masonic lodges. Um, Monk, the criteria for joining. I'm going to speak of the fraternal side of it, although there is also the women's side of it. You need to be a man, you need to be above a certain age, usually the age of 18, and you need to believe in a supreme being. Um, um, and what that supreme being is up to you. In America, you have to be over the age of 18. Usually, here in Canada, it's usually or often 21. And the supreme being, again, different faiths and groups are represented. It does help to bring donuts. Um, 16 is probably too young. I don't know of any jurisdictions that allow 16-year-olds to join. They'll probably have to wait at least a couple of years to be 18 first. Monk, what we do is we are Freemasons, which means, we're part of a group or part of a club. All the things that are necessary to maintain a group or club, all of the administrative functions, as well as benevolence work, charity work, things of that nature. Um, the apron is usually covered as part of your first fee, right? So your initial fee that you pay usually goes to cover your apron, though there may be some lodges that require you to purchase it separately. In terms of suits, that really depends on your location. Um, so, for example, in Florida and Texas, there is, to my knowledge, no dress code, and you can go to lodge. I mean, you should wear something clean and I guess nice, but it doesn't have to be a suit. In Ontario, you do need to have a suit to attend lodge, but sometimes Masonic lodges can help you pay for those things. Um, so a Freemason is a member of a Masonic lodge, and a Masonic lodge is a civic or social group that evolved from stonemason guilds of the 14th and 15th centuries. We got the hearts. Thank you, Smokey. Being disabled does not stop you from joining Freemasonry. But no, you can be disabled and still join Freemasonry. There's interesting history behind that. The benefits are hard to give tangibly, to be honest. I mean, what are the benefits of being part of any group, right? The feeling you get by being part of something that is greater than yourself. And it's human nature to want that. There's certainly a safety net aspect to it, to be part of a group and to know that if you find yourself out of work in an emergency situation, heaven forbid your house burns down, you know that you have people you can rely on for a place to stay, for money, for whatever it is, to help get you through the rough patch. You get to meet people you would not otherwise meet. Um, but I always try to say with Freemasonry, you shouldn't think about it in terms of the benefits. You should think about it in terms of what you can contribute. And what you can contribute when you're a Freemason is being part of something that makes the world a better place. Probably not Jimmy Fiddle, and we as Freemasons are taught that we are to be respectful of the laws of the country in which we're located. So you should not be speeding as a Freemason anyways. Lace it. I mean, I'm sure you could. Honestly, if you go to a lot of secondhand shops and pawn shops, and even used bookstores. They sometimes will have them there, the used Bible, the Masonic Bibles. Keep in mind, though, a Masonic Bible, or go online, a Masonic Bible is actually a King James Bible. It's not like there's different words in there. What there is usually a square and compass on the cover, a place for people to sign if they've joined as part of the initiation, and usually there's drawings and illustrations in there that reference kind of some of the Masonic aspects within the Bible. Yeah, Google says a lot of things that are incorrect, Jimmy Fiddle. You want to be careful how much Google you're listening to. No, most cops are not Freemasons. I've known a few Freemasons who are also cops, but it's the minority. Maybe a couple, maybe less than 1%, I would say, are themselves Freemasons. Most cops are not. That's another one of those Google myths that exists, unfortunately. What is one symbol you learned? So for me, doesn't Freddie only, that is true. So he'd make maybe not the best guardian of the West Gate. However, if you had to pick him, maybe you could bring him out into the real world, a la Nightmare on Elm Street Part 1. No name, please, like and subscribe. That, I mean, same thing, Brianna. Most politicians are not Freemasons. I mean, because Freemasonry, the numbers are dropping so much, there's not really, in any profession, there's not a majority of Freemasons represented, right? It's much more rare than people think. I would say my favorite Masonic symbol is the level, which is a working tool which teaches us to reminds us of the value of equality and that we are all equal as human beings. And I think that natural equality is a valuable lesson within Freemasonry. Well, the body of Freddie, again, it's whether he is in the real world or not. Certainly, I think probably, even though I much prefer Freddy Krueger, I think you could argue Jason might be stronger. Well, technically, it's actually not a compass, like northeast, southwest. It's compasses. However, like in square and compasses, I use the term compass because I want to differentiate myself from Grand Lodges. However, I think both. I think that both count, and there's no reason why you can't bring your own ideas and symbols into Freemasonry. Well, if they are, they're going to be somewhat disappointed because, again, because the number of Freemasons is dwindling so much, um, like you're not going to um, you're not going to make the connections you want to if your goal is to make connections. What is happening, Mr. Keeps? I know it's not my usual time. I just came on here. Watching AMC Fear Fest all day, and I figured, you know what? Why not jump on my stream for a few while I'm watching these movies, anyways? And AMC Fear Fest, they're doing a Freddy versus Jason marathon at the moment. Freddy versus Jason weekend. I'm currently watching Friday the 13th Part 7, The New Blood, and I figured, you know what? Let's ask the poll question, see what people think. As everybody knows, my favorite thing outside of Freemasonry is scary movies. Oh my gosh, cast. That is a question and a half, if ever there was any. Um, and honestly, so much ink has been spilt. And if you ever read this book, Bowling Alone by Putman, and he turned it into a movie called Join or Die, it discusses it as well. Technology, you cannot underestimate the impact of technology on our lodges in a lot of different ways. I love The Shining and Poltergeist too. You know, if you think about it this way, the two great boom periods within Freemasonry were the 1920s and the 1950s. Let's imagine I'm good friends with a Masonic brother in the 1920s or the 1950s, and I know his wife is pregnant. And, you know, if I want to learn, you know, if his wife had the kid, how she's doing, how the family's doing, back then, I had to go to the lodge to find out. I had to be part of a group or a club. I couldn't just call him on the telephone or whatever it is, right? I had to give him a call. I had to go and see him in person. In 2025, I don't need that face-to-face connection anymore. I can get this idea of the connection by going on Facebook and seeing him post the pictures and liking the pictures and writing him a note on Facebook. So technology is allowing us to feel more connected to people without relying on face-to-face contact, which is necessary for Freemasonry. The financial is huge, Jimmy. I actually recently saw a chart that I shared on my socials of the cost of housing versus wage growth. Cost of housing is through the roof as compared to the growth of wages in 2025. And so that's a big issue as well. We got Dreamcatcher and Dream Seeker. We've got a general decline in civic engagement altogether as people have less trust in institutions, civic or civil. You have people prioritizing financial success over community involvement. There's just so many different things. It's very hard to say one particular thing. But we're working on it. We're going to figure it out. Interestingly enough, people right now, but I'm working on it. And also, we as Freemasons made a lot of mistakes. We retreated into secrecy when we should have advanced into being more open. We allowed our buildings, in many cases, to go into disrepair. We made a lot of mistakes that we're paying for right now. Jason is in the lead, 56% to 44%. It's funny because I love all these movies, but Nightmare on Elm Street are my favorite. But even with that, I still would probably pick Jason to be the guard of the West Gate. Well, so Westgate actually it refers to the bringing in of new candidates because they tend to come through a specific portal. So guarding the West Gate actually refers to this idea of making sure the people that you are bringing into your Masonic lodge are going to make good Masons or be a good fit for Freemasonry. There's the Tyler of the lodge, which I could have asked that question as well, which was he guards the lodge against Cowans or against non-Masons trying to get in. But in this case, it's if you had a new applicant joining, who would you want him to meet first, Freddie or Jason? It could almost be like maybe you want to have him meet the more scary person first, and if he can make it through that, then you know he's dedicated to being a Freemason. No worries, Cast. I appreciate you being here. No worries, and thank you, Cast, for being here. Wormy Worm, I think, welcome back. I think you've been on here before. You think I should remember that name, I would think. I hope that you're doing well. I love seafood. That's my favorite type of food, by far. It is, although I gotta be honest with you, as somebody who's currently watching Friday the 13th, Part 7, I kind of really wish we had a little bit worse weather. Uh, it doesn't feel like fall right now, and I love the fall, so I would love to see more fall weather. What do you mean by portals, Worm? I'm not sure what you mean by that. If you mean like metaphysical portals, I don't. You'd have to ask each Mason, right? Like there are no. I agree, Cowboy. There are no, like, there is no unifying set of beliefs for Freemasons, right? So there's 850,000 Freemasons in the States. You'd have to ask 850,000 of them what they believe about portals. The extent to which Freemasons have a common set of beliefs, it's a belief in a supreme being. But each person's, in each Mason's supreme being will be different. It's a huge issue, Cast. It's a huge issue. Um, you're not wrong. And it's not, again, exclusive to Freemasonry. I mean, Robert Putnam talked about this in the book Bowling Alone, and that was in the 90s. So you kind of take that for whatever it's worth. I am, but I have a cat. I have my beautiful cat. So that counts for something, I suppose. Do I Hi to, I think you're new to the stream. Hi to Prox. Please hit like and subscribe. I mean, I personally do. I believe democracy is the best form of government. I believe for democracy to be successful, it must be open and inclusive and cannot, distinguish between religious faiths or um, promote or favor a particular kind of a particular religion. I love cats. I am 100% a cat person. I will take cats over dogs every day of the week and twice on Sunday, though honestly, I just love animals as a general rule. I think I like animals more than I like people. There you go, cowboy. I think generally speaking, people putting their faith in other people, I don't agree with at all. So. That I like cats more than dogs, Dreamcatcher. I'm not sure what the what is. Slava Germania. I am familiar with the parallels somewhat. I'm not a Mormon, and I've never been to a Mormon church, so my knowledge of the parallels are somewhat limited. But I do know, for example, that the founder of the Mormon Church was himself a Freemason, and I've been told that he did bring several kind of Masonic kind of ideas or philosophies into the craft. So, well, Class, I think, to a certain extent, is a much more or a much less avoidable issue than religious favoritism. So I think it's possible for governments to avoid being favored, avoid favoring a specific religion. I think that's relatively easy for governments to do or to make the choice to do. Class, I think, tends to form much more naturally as you see divisions in society grow, as some people are more successful, some people are less successful. Trying to eliminate class structures altogether, I think, is very challenging for governments. I think in those cases, however, having said that, I think the healthier democracy is one in which, as much as possible, at least democratic benefits are equally distributed as much as possible. Well, I mean, I've never had that happen to me. I do understand that Mormons evangelize, I think, but I've been doing okay with it. I mean, again, I have no, I'll not be a reviler of anybody's religious beliefs. So, um, if you find comfort and support within the within the Mormon faith, then I think that's awesome. We are still watching AMC Fear Fest, uh, Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood. The actual schedule for this, let me see if I can find it again. And by the way, to everybody watching this, I hope that you checked out my um, uh, personality assessment and positive Masonic performance um, um, story. Trying to find this schedule to let you guys know what is coming up. Hi, Tuprox. Have you been on here before? I don't recognize the name. I don't know if you have been on it or not, but welcome if this is your first time. So, not on my side of the world. I think you might have different schedules. Oh, I love AMC Fear Fest. So, I think they got the schedule wrong on this thing. Today is the 4th, right? Yeah, so I've got right now, here it is. I think this is it here. Dun, dun, dun. All right, it's Freddy versus Jason weekend. So, right now we are at Friday the 13th, Part 7, Jason, the New Blood. Next is Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan. Then we've got 6 p.m., Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday. Then at 8 p.m., we've got Friday the 13th from 1980. 10 p.m., Friday the 13th, Part 2. 12 a.m., Friday the 13th, Part 3. Actually, I love Friday the 13th Part 3. I think it's the second best of the Friday the 13th movies. Let me make sure. Oh, those will be awesome. I mean, like I said, AMC Fear Fest is the best. Then we've got on Sunday, October 5th, 6 a.m. Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare. 8 a.m. A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5, The Dream Child. 10 a.m. A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4, Dream Master. 12:15, A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, Dream Warriors. 2:30, A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge. And 4:30, A Nightmare on Elm Street. And then at 6:45, Freddy versus Jason. Honestly, my favorite is A Nightmare on Elm Street 5 and A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4. So I think those movies are both awesome. They're my favorite movies of all time, not just horror movies, but my favorite moments of all time. Well, it might be YouTube is deleting the comments. YouTube is not going to let every message go through necessarily. We're just going to give it a bit of time. We're going to see, as always, who joins. If you are new, please hit like and subscribe. Let me know how it's going and if there's anything you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry. By the way, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. And let me know what your thoughts are on Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood, which is the current movie I'm watching. You know, I think about this movie a lot because when you think about how how horror is truly universal. I remember this would have been over 20 years ago now. I did play the Resident Evil games. I loved them. I found myself staying in a hostel with some friends, and at the time, and this is an example of, you know, how old things are, you could still rent movies from video stores. And not only would you rent movies, but you rent movies on VHS tape. So that tells you something. So I went to this local video store close to the hostel with a friend. Actually, what are you? My name is Cameron Adamson. I am a Freemason since 2007. That's what I talk about on this channel. But sometimes I just talk about things I enjoy, like scary movies. So, yes, Blockbuster. So we went to this video store and we rented we rented Friday the 13th Part 7, The New Blood, and we rented Leprechaun Part 2. And we put both of these movies on the VCR player in the common room of the hostel, and everybody loved them. Whether it was, there were people there from England, from Spain, from Japan who didn't speak English. But everybody enjoyed watching the movies. Everybody found them hilarious and fun and enjoyable. I think it just goes to show that, like, horror is universal. And I think more than any other genre, movies like Friday the 13th or Leprechaun, it crosses cultures in a way that maybe other movies don't. Or everybody can kind of get a kick out of them and enjoy them. I loved Blockbuster. I miss Blockbuster videos so much. I try not to be one of those people who says, like, things were better back in the day. However, when it comes to videos and the way we consume media, I do think there were a lot of benefits to Blockbuster video and video rentals, and the communal aspect of going to the video store and the cultural aspect of going to the video store that we kind of lost in 2025 with streaming. There are ways to bring it back, like doing this. This is a communal exercise, right? I'm watching these movies while hanging out with all of you. Um, I do. Which clown do I prefer? Oh, Pennywise. Pennywise 100%, because Stephen King. I have no idea what that means, Dreamcatcher. Well, it did. It took a huge hit on it. And again, I think, again, there was something communal and community based about going to the local video store. It was not just, it was a place you go to hang out. You'd see friends. It was so many people's, first jobs. It was such a cultural impact. Look at the movie Clerks, right? It was one of those things where it's such a vital part of kind of community. It's a shame that we see it so much less, but I think, like everything, it's about how you adapt and the way you adapt. What's my cat's name? My cat's name is Bandit. If I can get Bandit to make an appearance, I'll put her up in front of the camera so you guys can see her. She is the greatest cat in the world, in my oh so humble opinion. I think so. I love animals. I love cats and dogs, both. But I love animals more than people, to be honest. But yeah, I love them both, cats and dogs. Oh, I'm sorry, you're catless, Dream Seeker. That sucks that your ex took your cat away. I hope your ex is treating your cat well. It's always funny. I'm watching Friday the 13th, Part 7, New Blood, and the doctor in this movie is the actor who played Bernie in Weekend at Bernie's. So now when I see that, I think of, in my head canon, this doctor faked his death to become a Wall Street millionaire, only to then die at the hands of the mob. Shundu, nice. What do those mean, Dreamcatcher? Do those words have a meaning, like translate into English at all? I would get a pet cat. I didn't know you could even have armadillos as pets. Do you have a pet armadillo? A friend of mine once had a pet hedgehog. They were pretty cool. Cute. Tiny thing, easy to take care of. There's a lot of like really interesting pets out there, you know? I know people who've had pet skunks for heaven's sakes. Yes, I am sure if you did a poll of everybody who had a pet hedgehog, I have no doubt that Sonic would be the winning name by a mile. Sorry about your lemur running away. That sucks. 36 votes, interestingly enough. Let's see. Jason Voorhees is still in the lead with 36 votes, 56 to 44. Wow, that's a mean lemur you got, Lucky Kumar. I don't know what you did to that lemur, but that sounds pretty uncool to me. Saw number two, without question, Saw number two. By the way, speaking of kind of these movies or streaming services, Pluto TV, which is a free streaming service and a great streaming service, they have, I think, all of the Saws available to stream right now. Um, but I think Saw 2 was absolutely incredible. I think it set the tone for these movies. So awesome. I'm one of those people, very rarely do I think the original in a series is the best. Usually I find it's the sequels that start to have a better understanding of the characters and distill those characters better. Um, I like Black Mirror. There's lots of different Black Mirror episodes I like. Um, there was one that was done just recently, the most recent season, which I really enjoyed. I can't think of the name of it now. It was about the woman who gets the chip implanted that starts running ads, you know, through her. It was a very bleak but very good movie or very good episode. So I like Black Mirror a lot. There's been a lot of great episodes. I liked the one with the robot dogs that was done in black and white. I liked Crocodile. Um, I can't think of all the ones now that I've seen, but I enjoyed them all. Or at least I've enjoyed them all to different extents. That show is a trip, but that's what makes it fun, you know? I tend to enjoy movies like that or shows like that have kind of that, I don't know, dystopian, trippy kind of element to it. It's a little bit too, in my opinion, negative on technology. I tend to be somebody who is probably, I'd say, as a general rule, much more comfortable with technology. I think we're somewhat too negative on it, to be honest. Technology, it seems to me, has done nothing but make our lives better. We should maybe be a little bit more supportive of it. Oh, I love the atmosphere of this movie. The way it looks, Friday the 13th, Part 7. To me, it looks so much, it just feels like fall. I think it feels like fall more than any other Friday the 13th film. It feels like it's Halloween, it's fall. I guess technically Friday the 13th doesn't have to be at Halloween or fall, but that's absolutely what this feels like. It has a really great atmosphere to it. Yes, that's a good one. Game of Thrones, some episodes. Never been a big fantasy guy though. Never been a big guy into fantasy. So I never really got into it. Um, The Purge, it's one of those shows or movies where I like it in theory, but the logic of that world is so hard for me to understand how it would actually function. Like, why doesn't everybody just pay their taxes on the day of the purge and commit tax fraud? Well, how could you possibly, like, what types of crimes? Because most crimes are crimes of opportunity, not crimes where you wait to do it. So the purge, I never really understood. It made very little sense to me. AJ, welcome back. It's good to have you join. Hit that like button, vote in the poll. Let me know what your thoughts are. I'm currently watching Friday the 13th, Part 7 on AMC Fear Fest. Um, I mean, you could take a screenshot, but the best way to recommend me to my friends is to just share the link. But by all means, I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Um, oh, I like the new Evil Dead too. See, I really enjoy the new Evil Dead versus the um, original trilogy. I know everybody loves the third one, Army of Darkness, and it is a great one. But for me personally, I think the two most recent ones, the one in 2015 and the one in, I guess it would be like 2023, the Evil Dead Rise and the remake, I personally think were incredible. I love both of those very much. So, yeah, I know that probably gets me in trouble, but I love them. And I think, especially the one in 2015, as someone who worked in a jail and dealt very often with people who were suffering from addiction, the addiction metaphors in that film, I thought were incredible. I loved them. And yeah, I just love that movie. Oh, I saw Stephen King's The Long Walk. It was so good. It was unbelievably good. Um, it made me cry. What can I say? One of the few movies who uh, have made me cry recently. So that is my humble opinion on that one. I won't spoil other than to say I cried some tears, but it's really, really great. Um, and it's worth a see. If you can see it in theaters, it's worth it. If you want to wait for it to come out on video, it's worth getting on video. Honestly, though, if you're willing to wait long enough, you can you can probably see it for free online through your library. Most libraries now have digital services where you can rent movies, Hoopla or Canopy. Just get a library card, or you can even rent the physical DVD to get the special features. Um, we're all dreamers about something. It was released today in India. Okay, awesome. Well, then, Lucky, maybe if you go see it, let me know what you think of it. Um, Yes, Rondo. Well, so right now, AMC Fear Fest is having their Freddy versus Jason marathon. I love Freddy, I love Jason. And so I'm watching it. Right now, it's Friday the 13th, part 7, but I figured why not, if I'm going to be watching it anyways, jump on stream, hang out with people, talk about, Freemasonry, but also just anything else I love. You can also find me tweeting about it, posting about it on my social medias as well. But how's it going, Rondo? Let me know if you have an answer to the poll question. Well, there's somebody who jumped on the stream called Anders. Anders hit the like and subscribe button, but I gotta disagree with you, Anders, and what you're saying there. I would never say that about any group of people or any country. Oh, they just got out of the van, which is always, if you know, in these scary movies, a big mistake. If you hear a scary sound, don't go investigate. I do not know. Cats, you hide from your dog, you look for your cat. I do not know where my cat is at the moment. I'm assuming on my bed sleeping. That's where my cat likes to be uh, during the day because cats are lazy. 38 votes. I think our friend Jason Voorhees is still in the lead. 55. Freddy Krueger's getting up there. There we go. By the way, I was going to mention if I at any point have any type of technical difficulties with this stream, if it cuts out, if you can't see or hear me anymore, I will restart it at some point. Don't worry, stick around, come back later. I am going to be taking a few breaks when I'll be cutting off the stream altogether and coming back. The next break will probably be at 7 o'clock or so. So just be prepared for that break. Yes, it had to reconnect. Usually, if I've streamed for, let's say, a couple hours, at some point it has to do a reconnection. I'm not sure why, but I'm working on that. Oh yes, the that was a huge deal. That became a big thing on like social media. I don't know why. I think there was some controversy about it. When is there not controversy about this stuff? But I forget what the reason for the controversy was. It won't be a 48-hour live stream straight through. I'll be taking a lot of breaks, grabbing coffee, but I'll be coming back on and off. It's kind of tough because basically you've just got to like what I'll try to do is make announcements as to when I'm going to take breaks and come back. I will take a break from 7 Eastern to 8 p.m. Eastern approximately. I'll still be streaming on my or making posts on X and Blue Sky and stuff, but I won't be um, streaming during that time. Then I'll be back on at 8. I'll go for who knows how long. We'll see. Then I will go off again, come back on again. So I'll be taking breaks here and there, but so long as this Fear Fest is happening this weekend, I'll definitely be streaming pretty frequently. It's 12:42. Well, then thank you, Lucky, for being here. I truly, truly appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Please take a moment. If you are just joining, jump in the chat, say hello, hit the like button and subscribe button. Sydney, Louise, welcome back. Thank you for being here. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Answer my poll question, hit the like button, and let me know what's new. Hawk, I am watching AMC Fear Fest. However, while I'm doing that, I am streaming and talking about Freemasonry. So, Hawk, let me know if you have any questions, thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. Or just hang out and we can chat about scary movies. Again, doing the AMC Fear Fest thing because I love doing that. Um, and I love talking about Freemasonry and I love scary movies. So why not combine my love? I'm for Freemasonry. I've been a Freemason since 2007, so 20 years. So I better be for it. Hawk, when you say how high, I think you're referring to degrees, which is a little bit of a misunderstanding of what Freemasonry is. Freemasonry doesn't have hierarchical degrees in that sense beyond the first three degrees. Entered apprentice, fellow craft, master mason. I am a master mason. After that, you have your Scottish Rite and York Rite bodies, and they have a different set of degrees up to the um, 33rd in Scottish Rite. I'm an 18th degree Scottish Rite Mason. However, in terms of hierarchy and what's a higher degree, the highest degree in Freemasonry really is the third degree. Beyond that, it's parallel. It's parallel degrees. It's not higher. Like a 33rd degree Mason is not a higher rank than I am, especially if he's in a Blue Lodge. You know, he has just as much say as I do. He may even have less in some ways if I'm, let's say, a worshipful master of the lodge. But Hawk, I hope you will hit the like button and subscribe button. Right now, when it comes to movies, I'm currently watching Friday the 13th, Part 7. When you say how less, Hawk, I have no idea what you mean, but I do hope you'll hit like and subscribe. Well, yeah, it's hard to describe Rondo. The example I've given in the past is so I went to law school. I graduated from law school, University of Windsor. Go University of Windsor. And while I was there, after everybody graduated, we were all lawyers. That's equivalent to like getting your third degree. You're all equal. But then some of my classmates decided to study and go into real estate law, and they had to take special real estate courses after they graduated and get their real estate license. Some went into family law and had to join family law organizations. But you wouldn't say the family lawyer is more of a lawyer than the real estate lawyer, the corporate lawyer, even though within those specialties, they sometimes had to take additional courses or additional things post graduation. It's the same thing with Freemasonry. After you get your third degree, you're a Mason, you're as equal to every other Mason. You can join Scottish Rite, you can join York Rite, but that doesn't make you more of a Mason or a higher degree or higher level Mason. It just means different specialties. No renegade, no chips for you. You'll just have to live with that. No chips for you. I don't practice, but I graduated law school. Thank you, Courtney. How's it going? I know that, I think you said on the stream before that you're a big fan of scary movies like I am. So, are you watching AMC Fear Fest in down there in Texas? And by the way, this weekend everybody is getting I'm finally going to start sending off those postcards. So be prepared for that. I do not GWIN, but you can hit the like and subscribe button. Cool Flame, Sticks and Stones will break my bones. Please hit like and subscribe, though. You can if you want, Lucky, but I'm not a big fan of conspiracies. I tend not to believe in them myself, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on them, positive, negative, or neutral. Yes, awesome. Does your lodge do anything for Halloween, Courtney? Do you guys hang out? Sorry about this. I'm just unplugging something quickly. Does your lodge do anything to mark Halloween or celebrate Halloween? Well, Michael Myers is which one? That's the question. I know there's one Michael Myers, but am I the Tyler Maine version of Michael Myers? Which I will take as a great compliment because he's a very big, handsome fella. Am I Nick Castle? There's a lot of different Michael Myers out there. Like it's Freddy Krueger, everybody knows is Robert Englund. When it comes to Michael Myers, though, there's been several different actors who played him, and it's interesting. Nope, Friday the 13th, people always kind of give credit to Kane Hodder as being the best Jason. Everybody knows when it comes to Freddy Krueger, it's Robert Englund. Halloween, there's much less of kind of, you know, there's much less protectionism or gatekeeping about the best Michael Myers. I suppose Nick Castle by default as the first. For me, it's Tyler Maine. He was incredible. Rondo, you could call it that, Rondo. I would say again, I would just call them appendant bodies or specialties within the craft. Yes, go win that meat, Dad. Go win your meat. I'm sure you'll have a great victory. Um, I mean, if you have to cheat, you should cheat, for the record. Well, yes. So send those ladies my way. Send those ladies my way. Thank you, everybody, for joining. By the way, 41 votes. Jason is still in the lead at 54%. I think there are some. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I mean, there are a lot of, like the Shrine, for example, I understand has been debating allowing EAs to join, but I don't believe that is the case as of right now. Um, if, but there is some discussions on that, but I can't think of any right now off the top of my head. Well, I hope that they enjoy calling me from the different solar system. I would love to answer them. Again, I don't believe in aliens myself, but who knows? I could very well be wrong. It would not be the first time I've been incorrect. Well, nobody's going to murder anybody, for the record. Everybody is welcome. And I don't mind trolls, like I said. Um, Yes, Renegade, that does. Well, I don't know. I think I missed something there, Dream Seeker. I don't know who is who you bought a Poison Ivy outfit for. Have them just come on the stream. How about we start with that? Have them just join me on this live stream. It is record highs. Um, I'm enjoying this stream very much. Although I do wish it was a little bit more like Halloween fall weather. I think that's better. I would enjoy it more if it was a little bit darker and stormier out, but that's okay. Tonight, when I'm watching my favorite movies at midnight and stuff, it'll be more fun. Um, what was mean? Yes, Joe, I like fall weather too. I love fall weather. If I had it my way, it would be, um, it would be fall. I love fall weather. I love fall temperatures. I love the trees. I love, soups and stews. I love all that stuff. I love snow and I love hot chocolate. I've grown to like winter more and more, and Christmas especially. However, um, I would still say for me, fall is better. You can have hot chocolate in fall as well as in winter. It doesn't necessarily affect anything too much. So yeah. Oops. I appreciate that, Dream Seeker, but I'm just a single cat dad. I have a cat. Um, what was your name again? Cameron. My name is Cameron. This channel is called Square and Compass Promotions. Um, oh, Fear Fest is back. I'd rather Jason be the Tyler. I think that makes more sense, honestly. Jason being the Tyler. However, Freddy Krueger might be kind of interesting too. I used to think I had a really funny joke or idea for a skit where Deadpool was a Tyler of a Masonic Lodge, and he kept on accidentally killing all of the Masons who were trying to get into the building because he didn't know any better. And I always thought that'd be a really funny skit of having, like I said, Deadpool played by Ryan Reynolds, the Tyler of a Lodge, and he just, nobody's coming to the meeting and we can't figure out why. And it's because he takes his job too seriously and keeps on murdering all of the Masons trying to get into the meeting. And so the worshipful master, not sure where he is, leaves, walks out the door, and he sees this giant pile of Masons outside the door, and Deadpool is there with his sword talking about what a good job he did protecting the lodge. I always thought that'd be really funny. Let me know, Spirit, if you thought that would be funny as well. I'll try my best. Joe, that makes a lot of sense. I'd be angry when it snows too. Renegade, I'm working on it. If somebody sends me this poison ivy costumed lady, who knows? Who knows? What will happen? Dreamcatcher is back, as is everybody. Welcome back. Thank you all for being here. Please don't forget, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Thank you all for being here. And let me know how you're doing. And if you, by the way, obviously this channel is about Freemasonry, so if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, please let me know. But that doesn't mean we can't hang out and watch AMC Fear Fest, Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood. And let me know how you guys are doing, if there's anything you want to talk about. I'm going to be streaming a lot this weekend because there's so many movies to go, right? I love Freddy, I love Jason, so yeah, it's fun. We're going to give it a bit of time as always. We're going to see who else joins. No rush. Please, though, take a moment. Hit that like and subscribe button. I want to talk about cupcakes. By all means, what do you want to say about cupcakes, Renegade? I do love Canada, Renegade. I think it's the greatest country in the world. Partially, Renegade, because we have the greatest neighbors in the world. And first of all, I'm not good for you, MNKPO, but I hope that you are a subscriber to this channel. And if you're not, please be a subscriber. Joe, I had the exact same experience when I first watched A Nightmare on Elm Street. The first one I watched was part 3, and I could not sleep either, but I still loved it. MNKPO, no, we do not. I think you've been seeing way too much stuff online. That is incorrect. Children of the Corn, I think when it comes to the most underappreciated movies or franchises, I should say, of all time, the most underappreciated franchise in horror is the Hellraiser franchise. I think it has a ton of gems that don't get the respect they deserve. But I think Children of the Corn also has a lot of great films that do not or does not get the love that they deserve. I think Children of the Corn is kind of an underappreciated horror franchise. So. Well, that concerns me a little bit. I don't know why it's slightly used, but by all means, tell Poison Ivy just come on the stream. How about that? We'll start with there, and then we'll go from there. He wants you back, Malachi. The reference to our friends in Children of the Corn. Good short story too. Stephen King's a great author, a great writer, obviously, and I did really enjoy Children of the Corn quite a bit. The book, the short story. So how old am I? I am 42. Do I? God is an adult myth in my. I don't think it's a myth. I choose again not to be a reviler of religion. I think the fact that there has been some version of a deity or a supreme being throughout human history indicates there is something there beyond a simple myth. I think maybe the nature of God can be mythologized. I love Brazil. Um, no, Renegade, it does not make you a bad person because I am bad at math too. I love math, but I'm still bad at it. Um, I agree. The new results, I think Jason makes more sense than Freddy Krueger. I'm from Brazil. It is 1:35 here. I love Brazil. I just got to be in Brazil about 4 months ago in Rio. Not only did I have the greatest Masonic meal of my life in Rio de Janeiro, it was incredible. Um, I just really loved Brazil, loved the people, loved the view, loved the beach. It was awesome. Well, there you go, Dream Seeker. Send them my way. A lot of people think God is religion. Welcome, Conscience Hillbilly. I think you could argue nature is a type of religion. By the way, Conscious, have you been here before? I think you have. If not, please hit like and subscribe, but your name seems familiar to me. What part of Brazil are you from? In's Mere Guide. Again, I am from. I'm from Canada, but I visited Rio de Janeiro and loved it. Like I said, the best Masonic meal I've ever had. No Renegade, one chip. That's all you get. You'll just have to live with that. I'm very sorry. I cannot be of more help to you. You can go there if you want, but you're not going to get my chips down here on Earth. I can promise you that, Renegade. Currently, AMC Fear Fest still doing Friday 13th Part 7, The New Blood. 21 minutes left. It's funny how on these streams they always show, or on the Fear Fest, they always show the movies completely out of order. And yet, there's something charming about that. Like, it's part of the charm of AMC Fear Fest, is the fact that they show these movies out of order. I don't know why, but I love that. I would agree, but fall is better than both. I would also say that. So I'm gonna have a cookie. I disagree with that, Summer, or Dream Seeker. Summer gets way too hot. Summer gets way too hot. Again, I can't share it. I can't send it through the stream, through the channel. I wish I could. It'd be a lot of fun, but you know, it'd be very hard as well. I could try to shove it through the microphone, but I don't think it would work very well. I do not, but tell the people I do. Please tell the people I do. That'd be very helpful. By the way, I'm currently, just so people know, renewing my passport. There is a postal disruption happening right now in Canada. However, that does not stop you from getting your passport renewed. You can either do it online, or if you do decide to do it in person or by post, there are ways to do it through couriers outside of Canada Post. So keep that in mind if you need a passport renewal. Also keep in mind, if your passport is set to expire within 6 months, you should probably get it renewed and not wait till, let's say, it's 1 month or even already renewed. Because especially for traveling overseas, usually what they want is a passport that is 6 months or more before it expires. Everybody wants to ask me out, you know? However, by the same token, I will say it's so far proven to be a pain in the butt, because whenever I try to apply online, I always get the same message, which says, we have reached the maximum daily number of applicants submitted through the IRCC. So apparently, if you don't sign up for this thing right away, you have to wait till the next day. It's 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and then it resets. And feels like by 8 in the morning, they've already reached the maximum number of applicants to renew. So aren't we all married to the sea? "17 minutes left in Friday the 13th, part 7, The New Blood." So let's see. Next one is part 8. Jason Takes Manhattan. This is basically Carrie versus Jason, which I think was kind of a neat idea. Again, you're getting to the point in these movies where you have to try something different at this point. Because this movie would have came out in 1988, at which point, you know, you need something new. Does that include everything in the sea as well? That's a good question. I mean, you can love the sharks of the sea, for example, although the sharks may not love you, or they may, love eating you. Still, such great, my opinion, just the greatest atmosphere in Friday the 13th, Part 8, or Part 7, New Blood. I mean, I love, in fairness, I probably love the sea too. I love water. Like, I love water. I love swimming. I never get to do it anymore, but I love it in theory. Aren't you busy to ever go swimming? Oh, the evil, mean teenage girl is about to get in trouble. You need one of these characters in every one of these movies. Axe to the face. Classic Friday the 13th. Let me know how everybody's doing. If you're hanging out, let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry or this other thing I'm doing, watching horror movies on AMC Fear Fest. It is the Freddy versus Jason weekend. Nice, Dream Seeker. Now you're making me jealous. Because I love, like I said, I love the beach. I love water. I get to look at the water every day from my window. So I'm very lucky about that. It really is a beautiful view. So I really am lucky when it comes to that. It's one of those things where I definitely, having the view of the water, and especially on days like today, even though I wish it was a little bit cooler, a little bit whatever, um, I do really love seeing the water, and hearing it sometimes too. Sometimes if you get enough wind, you can hear the waves from the window, which is really nice. No worries. I mean, I'm just hanging out too. So I'm right now putting a bunch of stuff on Twitter, just seeing who joins, who doesn't. Really, anybody wants to just hang out with me. I hope you'll just put um, AMC on in the background if you have it. Watch Fear Fest with me. Watch Friday the 13th Part 7 with me, excuse me, and just let me know how you guys are doing. I'll take my first break probably around 7 for an hour to grab some dinner. So. But if you are new to the stream, please jump in the chat, say hello, hit like and subscribe. Let me know what your thoughts are on the poll question and anything else you want to talk about. Actually, I'm getting to really like this Butterfinger commercial about the horseman. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's showing up a lot on AMC Plus. It's got a good fall vibe to it. Everybody's doing well. If you're jumping on the chat for the first time, please say hello. I'm watching AMC Fear Fest right now, and since I'm doing that, I figured I can come online at the same time and welcome anybody who wants to join to talk about Freemasonry, or really anything else you want to talk about. Trump administration intends to federalize 300 Illinois National Guard in the coming hours. That concerns me. Because I love Chicago, so I love Illinois more in general. I feel like what they could have done with this, honestly, is had the instead of doing all the Freddy's or all the nightmares and all the Fridays, what they could have done is done like one nightmare, done them in chronological order. That way would have been more, you get the sense of both the Fridays and the nightmares, right? And kind of in the chronological order they were released. So after this one, which is done in 1988, you could have then had Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4. The next you do Friday the 13th, Part 8, and then you do Nightmare Part 5, etc., etc. I think it would have made it for a better watch experience, maybe. Because you kind of would have experienced them as moviegoers experienced it back in the day, right? You could have experienced them both at the same time. I think that would have been really cool. Just in my humble opinion. Either way, though, no shade to AMC. I still love these movies. They're awesome. We're watching currently Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood, on AMC Fear Fest. And if anybody wants to jump in the chat and has any questions for me, please let me know. Or maybe you want to watch these movies with me. We can do like a watch along. In which case, same thing, hit like and subscribe. And watch along with me. Go to AMC. If you have it, if you're streaming it, whatever it might be. I hope everybody is doing well. Thank you so much for being here. Once again, please take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button. Let me know what your thoughts are on Freemasonry, on scary movies, on whatever it might be. I'd love to know. Currently, our friend and yours, or your friend and mine, Jason Voorhees, is on fire on Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood, on AMC Fear Fest. I love this music too. It feels like such a 80s style music. I love it. And the house explodes. What is going on, Mr. Keeps? Are you watching it with me? In which case, good for you. It's nice to know that somebody else out there loves AMC Fear Fest as much as I do. Although Jason Voorhees is still there. You know, it's funny. Everybody always like... So... If you have cable, you probably have AMC already, in which case you watch it there. Otherwise, you can watch it on streaming services, AMC Live. And you can actually usually get a 7-day free trial. At least I got a 7-day free trial. Every year I get it, because every year I love AMC Fear Fest. We're currently at number 7. It's funny, they always say that like there's this huge mystery about Jason Voorhees and the face behind the mask. Like... You see Jason Voorhees' face in every one of these movies. Just for the record, it's really like the least mysterious aspect of him. Well, in that case, it's on streaming services AMC. I don't have cable either, in fairness. I don't think so. Maybe you can. I have it separate. I like that shot of the broken mask, or the mask broken in two. We got Lar Park Lincoln. Great actress. If I recall correctly, I think she passed away recently. I should probably check this to make sure I got it right. I'd hate to call somebody dead who... Yeah, she passed away 2025. 71, 81, 91, 2001. She was in her 60s, I guess. 63. She was also in Freddy's Nightmares, which was a great TV show. Very underrated. Death Stark, welcome back. Well, so far the vote is Jason Voorhees in the lead at 53% to Freddy at 47%. So, I mean, I think Jason makes more sense myself. Although you could argue, I always think Freddy Krueger is more scary. But you'd have to bring him into the real world. It'd be a whole challenging thing. I don't know how easy it would be to actually make Freddy your sentinel. As also because like when you bring him out into the real world, he's just a regular person at that point, right? He doesn't have any superpowers. Whereas Jason, certainly after part 7, you could argue, or part 6, you could argue he's basically an undead zombie. And therefore, like, cannot be killed again. Because there's, spoilers, there's the original Friday, in which it's the mom who's the killer. Then in Friday the 13th, 2, 3, and 4, you could argue he's just a really strong dude, but doesn't have any supernatural powers. Then, part 5, it's, spoilers, it's a different person pretending to be Jason. Then in part 6 on, you could argue he's an undead zombie. So he has all the strength and none of the weaknesses of being alive. And then in Jason Goes to Space, he's a robot, superhuman Jason. All I'm saying is it depends which Jason you get. For me, I'd want Jason from Jason X to be the Tyler of the Lodge. Yes, Manhattan is playing now. I like this song a lot, by the way. It's my favorite, one of my favorite songs from the Friday the 13th series. How do you spell Manhattan? I think I got that right. It's with an E, right? Or is it A? There we go. What is happening, by the way, yes, that's true. So, and now we're talking, and that is something to keep in mind, right? Technically, when I talk about guarding the West Gate, I'm not talking about the Tyler per se. I'm rather talking about who you send a new applicants to meet with for the first time, and who lets a new applicant get through the door and into the lodge to be a Mason. So I think Rondo brings up a very good point, where it's like you want somebody who's as scary as possible, because you know that if a new applicant is willing to make it through Freddy Krueger to be part of the lodge, he'll willing to make it through anything. Whereas the Tyler, maybe the Tyler makes more sense to have the Tyler be Jason Voorhees. Because then you just want a big, strong dude. Although the question is, would the Tyler have the ceremonial sword, or would you give him Jason's machete? That's the ultimate question. I can tell you I would give Jason whatever he wants if he's going to be my Tyler. That is true. Dream Seeker makes a very good point. Could you have basically not only do you have him doing the typical interview, but now you're interviewing the guy in their dreams. So maybe Freddy Krueger would be a better um, application process. Yes, Jason or Leatherface. But then again, same question. Do they keep their ceremonial sword, or do you let Leatherface be the Tyler with his chainsaw? And do you have Jason be the Tyler with his machete? I would love to see a Tyler using a chainsaw as his weapon, a ceremonial weapon of choice. I think that'd be really, really fun. Well, I mean, Hellraiser, Spawn makes sense. Hellraiser, I don't know if you make a good Tyler. I feel like he's pretty like he'd scare people, but I feel like you need somebody who's more willing to like throw down technically, and like throw hands. For that, I think you need a Jason. You need a Leatherface. You need a big dude who's going to throw hands. Not that I've never seen an experience where any non-Mason has tried to get into the room, but nonetheless, I think it's either way. Any of these guys make good Tylers, but that's my next question. I think I'm going to end this poll. I'm going to make this the next question. He does, but I think it'd be a different type of thing. I think maybe, again, Hellraiser, like Freddy Krueger, it's more the psychological impact. So you want him to be guarding the West Gate. He was, according to the comic books. I did see that Deathstark. Well, Mr. Mayhem, there I go. I guess that's what I looked like, but please hit the like and subscribe button anyways. Which version of Jason Voorhees would make the best? Well, in fairness, he was brought back to life through electricity in part 6 as well, when he got hit by a bolt of lightning. But that's true. Technically, by the time part 6 came out, he was already an undead zombie. He had already died once and been brought back to life by lightning. So why does he need to be brought back by electricity again? I don't know. His body shouldn't be decomposing because at this point he's a zombie, right? So, well, I guess zombies decompose. He's like a supernatural zombie in that he never decomposes. I'm just creating this poll. Give me 1 second. There it is. Which version of Jason Voorhees would make the best Masonic Tyler? This is going to be your question. Thank you for the heart, Smokey. Westgate, welcome, Frederick. Westgate and the temple in the Mormon church are similar. Okay, very cool. Yes, Smokey, he was. That's one of the questions. He's almost a robot. Electricity is a symbol of the sky god. Very cool, Death Stark. I did not know that. Thank you for sharing. Frederick, welcome. I think you've been on the stream before. But if you haven't, please hit the like and subscribe button. And thank you for joining. We got one vote from part 10, Jason X space/robot zombie. Oh, got hit with a harpoon gun. Are you part of the Mormon Church, Frederick, if you don't mind my asking? I would agree with that. I would probably pick Jason X as well if I had to choose. I mean, it'd be that one or it'd be from 6 to 9 where he's like a zombie. Bro kicked down a Titanic door. That is true. Hey, man, he's tough. All right, he's tough. All right, Frederick, welcome. And like I said, I think you might have been on this stream before. Your name seems familiar, but if not, please hit like and subscribe. Either way, thank you for joining. I hope you're doing well. Are you a Mormon and a Freemason, if you don't mind? Okay, yeah. So yeah, he was a Freemason. Are you a Freemason as well, Frederick, or are you? I don't want to say just, but exclusively a Mormon, I guess, for the purposes of this stream. Oh, we got a Stephen King reference. We got a Stephen King reference, which makes me happy. Thank you, Smokey. Yes, much love to you as well, and thank you for being here. We got the jerk principle. Okay, well, still, thank you so much for being here. And I truly, like I said, appreciate everybody joining, whether you're a Mason or not. It's because I have such a giant brain illuminator. When you have a giant brain like I do, you need a lot of space for it. So please hit that like and subscribe button, Illuminator. And thank you for being here. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. But nonetheless, you can still hit the like and subscribe button, despite the size of my nuts. That doesn't affect your ability to do that at all. I feel like every 80s movie had one of these principal characters who was like a big jerk, or like worked for the government or worked for the city or was a principal or whatever it was. Yes, it is Mr. Keeps, and that's what makes it awesome. It's funny how, like, these Friday the 13th movies and the Jason and the Nightmare movies, they are like these time capsules to the 1980s. Um, they're kind of fun. They're kind of nostalgic. Even for me, I mean, I was 6 years old when this movie came out. I didn't see it probably till the mid 90s, but um, I still have nostalgic memories of it. Certainly, of going to the video store and renting this movie, or even just going to the video store anyways with the VHS tapes and seeing them all like on the shelves. Um, I do find it funny how you've got this whole like, I don't know how rich these people are, but the fact that they can all afford to send their kids on a cruise for their graduation seems crazy. Although one thing people made fun of with this movie, which is not the, which they shouldn't have, for the record, is they were always making fun of it because this idea of like, um, um, why is Camp Crystal Lake so close to Manhattan that you can sail there? You can totally sail there because the original Camp Crystal Lake was shot in New Jersey, and it's not that far to, take a boat from New Jersey to Manhattan, I feel like. I like the scene of the Lazarus, some pretty obvious symbology there, or symbolism there. It's funny, I guess this boat was so small that they could never shoot the entire thing in one shot. They always had to cut it off or shoot it from weird angles so you couldn't tell how actually small it is. Really? I did not know that, Death Star. That's really cool. Yep, yeah. And the disappointed dad. That's another one of those tropes. Those were the best colors. Those were the best colors to wear all the time. We should bring pastels back. I would support it. So, Frederick, do you have any questions about Freemasonry as I'm kind of hanging out watching this movie? I'm happy to take any questions you guys may have, or if not, that's no worries at all. Um, by the way, I got some really exciting news. I don't want to share it quite yet. I want to wait till it's official, but believe me, I'll be sharing it soon. So, everything cycles. That's very true. Everything cycles. I don't even remember what the 90s were like. Whenever I think of the 90s for fashion, I tend to think of the 80s. First commercial. By the way, one thing I need to work on is I need to. Yeah, AMC, it's ads, but there's something nice about watching movies with ads. Again, it's kind of nostalgic. One thing I need to work on is getting some people checking out some of my older stuff. So expect some contests where I encourage people to watch some of my older content. I will also be probably updating um, my thumbnails, updating my um, titles, seeing if I can get some people finding my old work. I like this commercial of the Headless Horseman. Smokey would like parachute pants to come back. All right, Smokey, we can try our best. I can't make you any promises, but I'll see if I can bring it back for you. I mean, I don't even wear pants. I have no legs. I wear shorts. But still, I'll see what I can do. Yeah, I find for some reason, again, it's the nostalgic factor. There's something about watching these movies with commercials on broadcast. It kind of takes me back to when I was a kid. I would watch these scary movies on TV. You would, Smokey. You would rock the parachute pants, I have no doubt. Interestingly enough, which version of Jason Voorhees would make the best Masonic Tyler? 6 votes. 3 for human, 1 for part 6, and 1 for the space robot one. So does that mean you prefer the ads for nostalgia's sake, or you're a dad and you're classic 90s New Balance dad shoes? Nice. I support that. Oops. Trying to do something over here. Hawk, welcome. Especially on this, like, Fear Fest. It's kind of the same way that, like, normally I get annoyed by the way AMC Fear Fest shows these movies out of order, when I could just watch them in order on my streaming services. But for some reason, the fact that it's always showed out of order is like a weirdly nostalgic thing to me as well. It's like, it's what they do. So when you say a Mason town, I assume, Hawk, you just mean a town that has a lot of Freemasons within it. There's not really like towns founded by Freemasons per se. What Freemasons do within or without the community, it really depends on the Masonic Lodge. I mean, there are some Masonic lodges that are very active in charitable endeavors and charitable work, which I think is awesome. They do everything from support food banks to prostate cancer research to they adopt highways and do cleanups. It really depends on the lodge itself and like what they want to do from a charitable perspective. This is peak 80s right now. The camcorder, the leather jacket, and the guitar. However, there are other ways that Freemasons support the community as well, right? And some that are not as obvious or as well known. Like, consider, for example, a Mason loses his job and can't pay his rent. You might think, right, that if the Mason goes to the Masonic Lodge and gets assistance for his rent, that he is just, the Lodge is helping that member exclusively. But the Lodge is actually helping the entire community, because ensuring that person can remain in his apartment, not end up on the streets, means that community resources are preserved for others who may need them. The shelters don't get overflowing, the food banks don't run out of food, whatever else it is, right? By helping our members, we help the community by ensuring resources go where they are most needed. And then I think there's also a metaphorical assistance, right? In the sense of we demonstrate to the world at large, that is some 80s hair right there, that it is possible for men of different faiths, beliefs, religions, understandings, politics, to join together in a group setting and support one another. It's interesting. One of the questions I got on stream a couple weeks ago, and it really made me think about why Freemasonry is so important. They said, how can men who have a different understanding of God meet together in the same place and get things done? And I said, the fact that you asked that question is exactly the problem, right? Well, they weren't early governments, but what they were was early civic organizations that helped contribute to governance by providing a common set of understandings of the town, right? Like, not even common understandings, just common activities. It's easier to form a government if everybody in a town has some sense of belonging and some sense of purpose. If no one feels rooted to a particular town, then it's hard to form any type of governing structures, because what's to stop anybody from just leaving? if they don't feel rooted to the community or they don't care about the community at large. Um, well, I mean, it could be both. I believe you should join Freemasonry and go to lodge first and foremost to contribute, not to receive help, but to contribute to help others. But that's not to say there are not times when it may be necessary to, in fact, go to lodge to help others, to receive help yourself, and that's okay too. G.I. Joe. G.I. Joe. Not quite Death Star. They were never entirely Oddfellows or entirely anything. Now, that's not to say that there weren't many Oddfellows who were police or firemen, just like there were many Masons who were police and firemen, but not the majority. And certainly in recent years, it's dropped quite a bit. International Order of Oddfellows. I have completed all the degrees. Awesome, Death Star. I mean, I don't know a ton about the Oddfellows. I know there are a lot of similarities between Oddfellows and Freemasons and Freemasonry, and I know a lot of Masons who are Oddfellows. But yeah, that's really cool. I think, like everything, right? I'm always going to be a supporter of civic engagement and civic groups, whether they are quote unquote Freemasonry or in competition to Freemasons, which I don't believe any group is in competition. I think there's plenty of sand in the sandbox. But, you know, whether it be Knights of Columbus, Oddfellows, Elks, Moose, or Freemasons, I think it's all relevant and all valuable. We got some boxing happening right now. By the way, the Asian lady watching the boxing, she was famously in Scorpion King. I wish I could take part in this conversation, but I've never worn shoes in my life. So there you go. Not because I don't believe in shoes, I have no legs. That's right. I mean, I save a lot of money on shoes, so I can't really complain much. You know, I get to save money on my shoes. So what can I say? It means I can spend more time streaming and visiting strip clubs. I do wear socks, Jimmy Fiddle. I do wear socks. I'm not a crazy person. I'm not just going out there no socks. Like, what do you want from me? Oh, we got the using of illicit substances. Yes, get yourself some rest. You're not wrong, Mr. Keeps. You're not wrong. I definitely don't recommend them. I don't judge people either, but it definitely is a black hole for money. You're not wrong about that. I'm trying to find. Trying to find like some pictures that I can use to create a picture poll. That is true as well. Well, a little bit of wild is okay, right? But too much wild, that's where the problem starts. I think that's true for life. Oxygen. I mean, I think Oxygen is joking, so I'll take that. I mean, I don't have a wife, but I have heard various versions of that, joke in the past, and I think there's probably some truth to it. So, but it's worth it, right? I'm sure that it is worth it if you got a wife you love. I mean, my cat's a pretty big black hole for money, and I keep my cat around, so weddings are super expensive. I mean, I've actually got a wedding coming up soon. I'm very excited about it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, I'm sure the kid is expensive too, and I'm sure you love the kid. I'm not saying, get rid of the kid to save yourself money. I'm just saying it's all expensive, right? It can all be very expensive. Um, Good for you, Smokey. I don't think it's like I said, it's sarcastic. I get it. Um, Apparently, I've got a lady coming my way who's going to be dressed in um, a poison ivy outfit. So we'll see how that goes. Good for you. That's a big part of being an uncle is spoiling your nieces and your nephews. You don't get rid of your kids. That is true. And your kids don't get rid of you either, right? I think it's one of those relationships that probably transcends even death in some ways. But one of the nice things about being able to be with others, to have money, is the ability to spend it on the people you love and you care about. I think that is the case. So there's no escape. No, there's no escape oxygen. There's no escape. I mean, it makes you feel better. At least, if slash when you die, your kids will, or your nieces and nephews or the people, you love will care for you. When I die, my cat will eat me. That's about all I've got to look forward to. If anything, I think my cat is hoping I die so it gets a meal. Um, as is the nature of cats. Oh, I love broth as a general rule. Um, Especially for breakfast, as like a cup in the morning. I'll have my coffee, courtesy of Mr. Keeps, and I'll have a cup of broth with salt and pepper. If I'm in a rush to get out the door, I love broth. Oh, overseas, which seems like a heck of a risk to take to just be throwing somebody overboard. You better hope they can swim. Also, maybe jump in the water there yourself. Well, I heard that broth in general is really healthy for you. Like broths of all different sorts, especially if it's done well, it can be really full of vitamins and iron and nutrients, and it's also easier to digest on the stomach than other types of food. YouTube will do that sometimes. That's a good thing to remind people of. Just because you write a comment and you don't see it, it doesn't automatically mean I deleted it, or a moderator deleted it. It might mean that YouTube just deleted it. So keep that in mind, please. So you don't start yelling at me or anything for not, you don't start yelling at me for deleting your comment. Yeah, that can happen. I think that can happen to everybody, right? I mean, and YouTube, to its credit, I'm not going to knock YouTube for it too much. I understand that they also have to try their best to, it's a hard thing, right? You want to make sure that your platform is everybody enjoys it. You have to deal with Nazis, whatever it is on there. So it's tough, right? And I appreciate that. So I try not to knock oh, I love this part through the mirror, the algorithm too much. Well, I mean, what I'm going to have for dinner is leftover pasta, but you guys have whatever you want. Well, try commenting on one of my videos, Oxygen. Go to my channel. Try commenting on one of my videos. I'll see if I see it. If I do, I'll let you know. And if I don't, I will let you know as well. Oh, yes. I got to get some garlic bread with it. What I'm going to be doing, by the way, I'm going to be changing up the normal type of stream I do. Normally on these marathon streams, which this is turning into one because this is a marathon AMC Fear Fest. Whenever I take a break, I have I show the river or show my co-host. Where'd he go? What are these co-host guys? In this time though, what I'll be doing is probably taking a break at 7. I'll just turn the stream off for about an hour while I grab some food, grab something to drink, all that jazz. Then I'll start the stream up again at 8 o'clock. And I'll either do this stream again, but I may also try to do some stuff on my personal stream, where we'll talk almost exclusively about scary movies and not really talk about Freemasonry at all. Again, with exceptions. These streams are just hanging out and chatting about whatever we want, which is fun, and I enjoy it quite a bit. In case anybody's curious, they already showed my favorite Friday the 13th, part six. Um, my second favorite Friday the 13th is the third one, and that's being shown at midnight Eastern. And then my favorite nightmares, 5 and 4, are being shown tomorrow at like 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. So that'll be fun too. I don't doubt it, Death Stark. That stuff unfortunately happens in many different places. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I did, when I visited Los Angeles, it was just at the tail end of COVID, about 3 or 4 years ago. I mean, I saw a lot of homeless people. There were some encampments, but I still loved it quite a bit. I still really enjoyed it. Luckily, no one ever threw a poop jug at me, but hey, maybe it'll happen. There's still time. I mean, I personally dream of the time when my city is so cool, I have to dodge poop jugs. I saw that movie. Um, I'm not a huge comedy fan. However, I did really find Step Brothers funny. I mean, it's such a quotable. Don't touch my drum set. It's such a quotable movie too. This place is a prison. Yeah, Smokey. That's a great, and he actually does it too. That's the best part, is he actually does it. Just like I know Cops doesn't start and yes, yes. Took me a second there. Oh my gosh, there's so many. Well, I haven't had a carb since 2004 or something. Um, the karate. I mean, it's just an eminently quote. Well, even if there's a fire, I'm not going to. Even if there's a fire, I'll probably be at some point when I'm doing this, take the time to maybe show off my horror movie collection. I've got a pretty decent one, but it's mostly the from Nightmare on Elm Street. So maybe I'll wait till tomorrow to do that when it's Nightmare on Elm Street films. And When to Retreat is probably also as valuable, a valuable lesson. T-Pain, a Kurt Cobain cover. I can't tell if you're being serious because I cannot sing to save my life, or if you're saying I should unalive myself. But I'm going to assume the latter, or sorry, I'm going to assume the former, and that you're. Do you think I could generally sing? You would be horribly disappointed. As someone who likes Nirvana, I would never want to ruin their songs and their music with my terrible voice. But T-Pain, I think you're new to the stream. I hope you hit the like button and the subscribe button. And thank you for being here, as always. If you have any questions about Freemasonry, let me know, and I'll do my best to answer them. I've been a Freemason since 2007, so about 20 years. That is clearly like a model shot, or CGI, not CGI, but like a model or something. The necessary shower scene. Give it a bit of time. Let's. I mean, I've heard those rumors many times on this stream. I mean, it's nonsense. It's a hoax. The letter is not real. I mean, Albert Pike more in general. I'm definitely growing to have more of a hate-hate relationship with Albert Pike, because you're constantly hearing about him from conspiracy theorists who have some very interesting ideas about him, and his influence upon Freemasonry. And it's kind of unfortunate because he did have a lot of valuable insights, both into history and more generally even democratic ideals. But a couple passages are very easy to misunderstand, and then you have to deal with that. So thank you, Splash, especially because I always found my voice annoying. I never liked to hear the sound of my own voice. But many people, I think, don't like the sound of their own voice. But thank you, Splash341. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, or if you want to hang out with me and watch Friday the 13th, Part 8. Jason has just taken, I think that's a whaling hook thing. One thing I like about this movie is it forces Jason to try have different weapons. Having said that, Jason never had any trouble finding his special weapons. It's funny, they would just appear out of nowhere. He would like walk into the woods and walk out with like a giant weed whacker machine. Yes, there are lodges in Russia, Louise. There's actually a couple. There's a Grand Lodge, and there's another lodge that's not recognized. At least there were lodges as of 6 months ago, and I believe that still is the case. You're not wrong, Oxygen. I think Friedrich Nietzsche was very misunderstood. That is partially, though, the risk you take, for better or worse. Whenever you try to put anything out there in the universe, any of your ideas, any of your thoughts, then you are taking a very serious risk that it will be misunderstood. And it's unfortunate that that's the case. I wish it wasn't. But there's also not a ton you can do about it. Well, that's kind of A lot of people agree with that, Death Stark. Like, a lot of people would absolutely agree with the idea that Jason was a spirit of judgment because famously, he would always punish teenagers who had premarital sex or did drugs. Same thing with Michael Myers. Nightmare was the difference, and I love that about Nightmare. In Nightmare, actually, after the first one, in the fifth one, famously, one of the characters who has sex at the start of the movie actually lives through the whole thing and is the hero. Um, and so, but yeah, I was always surprised that when it came to these scary movies, like the conservative right in the States wasn't more supportive of them because, they were so like, in a weird way, so moralistic in their points of view that I always figured they would be more, I don't know what the word is, more embraced. Oxygen. What made me initially gravitate towards Freemasonry was my father. He was a Freemason, as were both my grandparents. So my assumption always was that I would join. Um, but you know, what made me stay in Freemasonry and love it was different than what made me, want to be a Freemason. What made me, what made me stay in Freemasonry was seeing the way it welcomed many different faiths and seeing the opportunities presented to make the world a better place, which is slightly different thing than what made me join. And I think that's important that we as Freemasons, when we are thinking about this stuff, think about not just what our motivations are for joining, but what our motivations are for remaining, or what the motivations are for other people to not just join, but to remain, because they're not always going to be the same thing. We got some hundreds. Thank you. That is true. Freddy has way more horror comedy. But yes, what made me gravitate towards wanting to join was my family. What made me stay was seeing the opportunities to make the world a better place. Interesting enough, in terms of by the way, they're still on the boat, but it's not looking good. There's no captain. There's a storm. I mean, I can be pretty pessimistic, and I think Nietzsche had a pessimistic quality to him. Which version of Jason Voorhees would make the best Masonic Tyler? From parts 2 to 4 is 44%. I'm surprised more people aren't going for parts 6 to 9. But all right. See, I don't know Philip Mainlander, so what did he write about? Because I'm not aware of what his writings were all about. Um, Welcome. I'm going to call you Basumatary because I can't pronounce your name. I'm very sorry. Thank you for being here. Please take a moment to, if you're new, hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing. And if you have any thoughts or questions on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. Oxygen. Okay, I'll have to read some of his stuff. I can understand kind of a trend toward pessimism. I often have that trend. Um, it'd be really interesting to hear what he has to say, Oxygen. So thank you for sharing that info. It's funny, you even use the term unalived and YouTube still moderated the comment. That's all right. I always dig those like music cues you get when they're running from the monster or they discover the dead bodies and it's like bada. It's very nostalgic for me as well. And the all the doors being locked, another classic trope. I'll check him out. I'm curious. So I will see if I can find out more. Oh, looks like Chicago's in the news for ice stuff. I love Chicago. I've said it a million times on this stream. It's one of my favorite cities. I know people knock this boat, the Lazarus, in part 8, but actually, I think from a set like design, I think it looks pretty good. So I'm not a fan of how people knock it. I think it's actually a pretty awesome set design. I know it's a little bit small, but that's okay. Oh, perfect oxygen. Well, thank you so much for, yes. And that's something I should probably remind people of because that is an issue actually. Right now, I think 20% of my subscribers have their notifications turned on and 80% don't. So if you are a subscriber, please do me a favor and make sure that you have your notifications turned on as well. So I do try to keep a regular schedule, but there are times when maybe I'll do something different for fun and try something different. And in those cases, that's why that notification bell is so important. Gotta love the 1989 era camcorder on Friday the 13th Part 8. The first found footage horror film. Nice. I mean, yeah, and I enjoy it. Why not? We have the chance to, we're lucky enough that we have the ability to think and we have the ability to discuss what we think. So I think we should take advantage of it. I think there are definitely some awesome Masonic ideals within kind of that overall philosophy of the value of um, discussion, thought provoking or otherwise. Oh, that was if I recall correctly, that was a hoax that, if I recall correctly, but a lot of people in the Catholic Church, including I think the Pope, fell for it, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, is that? I'm not. I'm thinking. Sorry, I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of the Taxels. I don't think I know who Anton LaVey is. Um, oh, he guess he was the founder of the Church of Satan. I mean, I look. I have no issue with the Church of Satan or whatever. I mean, I'll let people kind of do what they want and find comfort where they can. I've talked about this before that I don't believe, based on what I understand of it, the ideals behind Satanism are equal or are compatible with the ideas of Freemasonry for a few different reasons. Primarily, I understand that Satanism puts the supreme being as being oneself, whereas that would not really be a supreme being that Freemasons would define as. For Freemason perspective, to kind of understand that the supreme being is something beyond you or above you, or not a part of you per se. It can be a part of you, but it also needs to be something beyond yourself. Um, because I did have one Satanist approach Freemasonry asking to join, and when I talked to him about what Freemasonry was and is, he advised he did not think it was compatible with his beliefs from the Church of Satan. So there you go. Apparently, Reese's and Kit Kat belong to the same company because I just saw commercials saying choose both. So maybe I did not know that, but there you go. We got a commercial happening right now. By the way, I put a bunch of poll questions up on my channel. I don't know enough about it to say oxygen. I'd have to read more into it. Like I said, the one kind of understanding I have of Satanism is, again, that its focus is on the self as a supreme being, which does not seem to be that applicable with Masonic ideals. But of course, again, I have no issue with it. Well, I mean, no, because if they're atheists and they're ardently atheists, then they would not be able to be a Freemason because they would not believe in a supreme being. Um, if they were atheists, kind of like Freemasonry defines atheism, sorry, Freemasonry defines supreme being in a very broad way. So some people who traditionally or historically may have been considered atheists would in 2025 maybe be considered eligible to believe in a supreme being. Like, for example, they may believe in a higher power of some sort or be spiritual. They just not may believe in the tenets of any particular religious doctrine or ideology. Um, See, I don't know a ton about OTO either. Those come up in a few streams and a few discussions recently, so I have to check them out more. I know a little bit about them. They are Pen Through the Eye, the Stephen King pen. Right. It was founded. It's its own unique entity. It was founded as part of Freemasonry in like the 17th. Actually, I think it was in the 19th centuries, but broke away from them. Um, and it's kind of its own group. There are some Freemasons who I'm sure are OTO members, but I don't know any off the top of my head. I mean, that would probably be sufficient, right? The thing I always tell guys is you need to be very careful. Like, when it comes to Freemasonry and supreme beings, the best thing you can do is when you are, or if you're interested in joining, the best thing you can do is talk to, the lodge and just explain what your beliefs are. So oxygen, you would explain, right, that you are, you believe in a bigger force above humanity, kind of what you mean by that, and then you allow the lodge to decide if that constitutes or is sufficient to constitute a belief in a supreme being. I would say, in most of my experiences, it would be, but every lodge is decentralized and kind of decides for itself. They're trying, I'm sure. I mean, the Illuminati is one of those things that's never really gone away per se, but it's so small as to have become very kind of, I don't even know, irrelevant, not relevant. Um, but I mean, if they want to try to bring it back, I have no issues with that. I will be annoyed to the extent that people continue to ascribe the Illuminati and Freemasonry or get them mixed up or intermingled, but that's okay. It happens. There's nothing much you can do about it. For some reason, amongst conspiracy circles, Freemasonry and the Illuminati will always be conflated with each other. Do my queries? Well, I mean, when you say like there is no um, like Freemasonry. So, right, Freemasonry is not like a Christian organization. So, there might be Christians who are Freemasons, and there are Christians who are Freemasons, but no Freemason will hate you for not being a Christian, nor will any Muslim Freemason hate you for not being a Muslim. So that shouldn't be an issue. Again, Freemasonry is not a religious organization. So religious beliefs, other than a belief in a supreme being, should not be relevant. Right? So, for example, if Christian Freemasons will welcome Muslim Freemasons without issue, then I would, or Jewish or Wiccan or Indigenous, then I'm sure they would welcome you as well and not have any hate towards you. Well, no, because the rituals were developed well after kind of there was any type of paganism on which they could base themselves. I mean, I guess you have to define paganism. If you define pagan as any ritual that is not derived from the Catholic Church, then I suppose every ritual could be considered pagan. Again, you'd have to talk to the lodge. If you do believe in some type, because I believe what you believe as well, but I also believe that there is a supreme being that can be best described as um, the mathematical and the mathematical equations which govern the universe, and that's the best reflection or image we have of him, which got me in. So what I'd say is you talk to your, okay, OTO rituals. You talk to your Masonic lodge that you're interested in joining, and you kind of go from there. I will say one of the fun things about doing these marathons is you get all of the same commercials over and over again. I now know everything I've ever wanted to know about Alka-Seltzer. Huh, that's a good question, Oxygen. What is something I wouldn't have learned if I never joined? That's an interesting question because there's two ways to answer that, right? There's the more narrow but obvious answer, which is all the different Masonic rituals and modes of recognition. Now, I may have decided to just look them up myself online, but even if I had done that, and they are unfortunately, for better or worse, online, even if I had done that, that's not to say I would have learned them for sure, because there's plenty of correct and incorrect information online, and if I never joined, I wouldn't know which information I was looking up was correct and which information I was looking up was incorrect. So that is a really valuable point to make. But in theory, I would not have had the confirmation of what the Masonic modes of recognitions are, the signs, the symbols, the grips, the tokens, any of that stuff I would not have known. But that's very specific Masonic knowledge, right? It gets really tough because, the question then becomes, what are some of the maybe metaphorical lessons about life that I would not have known had I not become a Freemason? And that's really, really tough to say because maybe I would have discovered those lessons elsewhere. I've always said, and I still believe this, right? When it comes to Freemasonry, the metaphorical lessons about life, you can learn them in many different ways and many different facets, right? Like you in Freemasonry learn about the value of being part of a team. However, you can also learn that by playing team sports. You learn the value of dedication. You can learn that through exercise and joining a gym. I would say I learned about the privileged position you can be in I learned about how everybody is connected, whether a Mason or not a Mason, how the connections between us, while invisible, are nonetheless real, and nonetheless we need to recognize those conditions those connections, should we hope to create a better world for ourselves and those around us. Yeah, well, it certainly made me, again, more cognizant of the extent to which we as human beings are connected to one another. Love that shot of Jason looking at the hockey mask billboard and then turning around and you see his hockey mask. So I think the connections between us and how and why it's important that we remember those connections. That is something that I probably would not have learned were it not for Freemasonry. Well, maybe I'm a politician at heart. Who knows? I could be a politician. Would you vote for me? That is the question. Would you vote for me? And please say yes. I Thank you, Oxygen. I got Oxygen's vote, so that's something. That's at least one more vote. Who is Starmer? Or Keir? Keir Starmer? Well, I got two votes and one depends, so I'll take it. Rue, is it a well built and sturdy wall? By the way, I'm hanging out right now watching uh, Jason Takes Manhattan, Friday the 13th, Part 8. If you want to watch that with me on AMC Fear Fest, we're just hanging out chatting about Freemasonry. I was going to spend the day watching these movies anyway, so I figured why not jump on and stream while I'm doing it. Well, that is not nice at all. Um, there's no reason for such unkind words. And doesn't people know shooting Jason Voorhees will never work? Well, at least it was power hosed off, so that's something. If you're saying all these things on my forehead, you could at least hit the like and subscribe button while you're saying all these things. Oh, a phone booth. These phone booths even exist anymore? Does anybody know? Like, I don't know if the last time I saw a phone booth. Phone booth. I feel like in terms of the people who've taken, you know, managed to have the most success fighting Jason, I feel like this boxer dude has to be near the top. Who's from LA? Rooney? I like Los Angeles. I think Los Angeles is actually a really, really great city. I know that a lot of people, and there's lots of issues with it. I've always really loved it though. I've been there a couple times. I got a lot of pictures on my um, I got a lot of pictures on my socials about it. So uh, the Jimmy Kimmel show is actually um, the Jimmy Kimmel show is actually filmed in a Masonic temple. On a side note, which is really kind of cool. I keep hoping that Freemasonry will get better and better kind of press as Jimmy Kimmel gets better and better press and more people watching it. But most people don't know that his show is filmed at a Masonic temple. And the punch heard round the world. The head comes off. It's funny they got rid of that part in the on AMC kind of censored that part where um, the head goes rolling down the stairs, which I thought was a really cool part. Well, let's not, preservation is. I don't know much about Belfast, but I'm not going to say that, with any country having people, the Muslim faith or any other faith groups there, um, it's not about preservation or not, right? But I would say instead of, making fun of my forehead, Rooney could focus on the more positives of the world, whether it be the positives of his home in Belfast or the positives anywhere else. Or the fact that I'm super handsome. You'd think Rooney would recognize how handsome I am. Now, he did say 10 out of 10 forehead, but I feel like he was being sarcastic when he said that. By the way, Rooney, there's a ton of Freemasons in Belfast. In a cool little note. I mean, I understand it is. Sadly, I've never had the chance to really visit not just Belfast, but any Masonic lodges in Belfast. But maybe um, I should get to check it out soon. I hope to. I hope to make it more to Europe very soon, especially United Kingdom, partially to visit my family and partially for some Masonic travels. Maybe I could do both. I feel like it's probably not too hard to get from London to Belfast. Probably a pretty short and quick travel. I'm guessing most people take planes, or I'm guessing you can drive. I'm sure there's a bridge or a tunnel or something. Um, is there a tunnel? There must be either a tunnel or a bridge connecting Ireland to mainland United Kingdom, I would assume. Really? Isn't there a tunnel from England to France? I'm surprised there's no tunnel from England to Ireland. Unless there's not a tunnel from England to France. I thought there was for some reason. I could be wrong. Hey, be nice to the French. They have the best food. And please hit like and subscribe, Rooney. I think you're new to the stream, right? I don't think I recognize your name from before. Um, Well, you don't have to, but if you want to help a brother out, you can. If you're interested in Freemasonry at all, you can. It would be wonderful to have you part of the Square and Compass family. I would not. Well, I'll take that. At least that's something. And don't forget to turn on those notification bell. Also, if you check out my community posts, I've got some polls up, all in honor of AMC Fear Fest and scary movies, which I love. That's what happens. I have no idea what that means. What London is. I like that shot of them all in the back of the police car, and they see the severed head. Well, you're all great, but nobody's greater than us Canadians. We are absolutely where it's at. So, God bless Canada. Burns resident troll. Thank you. I like Canada here too, and I love Ireland as well. Well, welcome, Burn. Please hit like and subscribe. We're here chatting about Freemasonry while I hang out and watch Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan on AMC Fear Fest. So I hope you guys are having fun watching this with me. There's 26 minutes left. This movie is like peak 80s. So that's fun. Welcome, Ryan. Yeah, jump on AMC. Watch AMC Fest with me. Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan. Well, that's fine, Burns Resident Troll, but that shouldn't stop you from hitting the like and subscribe button. Ryan, how's it going? I hope your day is going well. How's your dad? Is he feeling better? This is a giant lake, by the way. I always found that really funny, how giant this lake supposedly is. Hello, Yesin. Welcome. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, or please hit the like and subscribe button. The oxygen. I'm not a fan of that. The Irish people, they were outnumbered. It's sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But I think they're a pretty tough group of people, and they were up against some pretty impossible odds. It's okay. Contagious happens. It's part of it. Welcome, Yasin. You're free to jump on the stream. I'm guessing you probably go on different streams and say that, but thank you for being here. I hope that you're doing well. If you want to hang out and watch some scary movies, go to AMC Fear Fest. Awesome. I might be there myself. I don't know for sure. Probably stop by at some point. If I have something in the morning, I try to stop by on the way to at least give some support. No worries. I mean, this is just this is not a typical live stream, right? Normally I do these 1 p.m. Monday through Friday. Today I started it because I figured we could all hang out and watch AMC Fear Fest together. I'm going to be watching it all day anyways. So why not, while I'm doing it, live stream on my socials, uh, post a bunch of stuff on Twitter, do a bunch of hashtags. I hope you guys will follow me on all my socials, answer my poll questions, all that good jazz. Welcome back, Ashton. I hope you're doing well. Good. I love how they make this was actually shot in Vancouver, made to look like New York. I think they got some establishing shots in New York, but it's funny um, how like dirty and grungy they make New York of 1989 look. So Ashton, what's new and exciting? I hope you'll check out some of the stuff I've been posting. Give some answers to my poll questions. All that good jazz would be much appreciated. Don't break the seal. Don't ever break the seal. You should know better. Once you break that seal, this is what happens. Steve Byrne, I mean, everybody's welcome here, though the fact that you are deceased concerns me a little bit, which means I guess you're a ghost on the stream. But yes, you are welcome here. Thank you so much for being here. How's it going, Steve? By the way, hit that like and subscribe button and let me know what you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry, or just hang out with me while I watch Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan on AMC Fear Fest. What is the Orange Lodge scene? I'm not sure what that's referring to. Do you mean Knights of Columbus? Well, you could be a ghost and still hit like and subscribe, so. But I mean, when you say again, when you say Orange Lodge, are you referring to Knights of Columbus? Because I don't know much about them, but I understand they are struggling quite substantially, as are many other Masonic lodges and bodies. So, okay, I can't speak again because I know very little about it. Is it around the world? Like, where is it primarily located? I'm assuming primarily in England, or sorry, Ireland. Excuse me. UK, New Zealand, Canada, Togo. I'm surprised Togo in some ways. I don't know. South America, is that what SA is? And I'm not sure what NL is either. South Africa. Okay. That's really, really cool. But I can't speak to it in Canada at all, so might be kind of interesting to look into, though. I mean, any fraternal groups and organizations I really enjoy looking into. There's actually a lot of really cool Masonic lodges in South Africa. Not that I'm aware of, but I mean, I don't know everything about Freemasonry, but I've been a Mason for about 20 years. Haven't really heard much about it, so. Not really. I mean, high school was a long time ago. I don't like to think about how long ago it was, so. Well, I mean, that's human nature, though, right? That's life. That happens to all of us. I mean, one of my favorite, so I'm watching AMC Fear Fest right now, and one of my favorite scary movies more recently was called Forget Me Not. And the beautiful thing about that movie is it was a metaphor for how we in society, we in communities, this how when you grow up, what happens is you lose track of the people in your lives, right? That's just human nature. It's unfortunate that that happens, but that's the nature of growing up. Well, thank you, Rooney, for that. I appreciate that. You drift apart. How many people just in your life were you once upon a time very close to and then lost touch with over time? That's just the nature of, I think, growing up, growing older. Um, and this movie called Forget Me Not, I think, really touched on that very well. Interesting. I have 13 votes on this question. Which version of Jason Voorhees would make the best Tyler? Actually, yeah, 13 votes. Interesting. Part 2 to 4, Human Jason is at 54%. Part 6 to 9, 15%. Part 10, 31%. I would have gone with from part 10, to be honest. And unfortunately, Steve, that's the nature of kind of growing up. But I hope, Steve, that you'll hit the like and subscribe button. Hopefully, we can maintain our at least YouTube connections. And thank you for being here. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. Where do you find the city of New York? Do you have any other family members? Not in my lodge, I do not. But my dad is a Mason out of Winnipeg, and my grandparents were both Masons. So greetings from Windsor, Ontario, Canada. Welcome, Adolfo. How's it going? Thank you for being here. I hope that you're doing well. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button if you are new, but I think you might have been on here before. Answer a poll question, check out some of our other polls, and let me know if there's anything you want to talk about. I'm just hanging out here, chatting, watching AMC Fear Fest. So well, it wasn't ever really recommended to me by my dad, Steve. It's more like uh, I saw my dad being a Freemason and I saw things about it I really liked. And I decided I was going to join, which I think is honestly the right way to go. It's far better, I think, to not recommend somebody to Freemasonry, but rather to just set a good example of what Freemasonry means to you and hope that other people join as a result. Um, I think that's the best way to go. Welcome, Ben the Amazing. Welcome to my amazing stream. Thank you for being here. Good question, Adolfo. But when you say the dark narrative, I think. Sorry, somebody's doing some construction work above me. I hope that doesn't interfere with the stream too much. I think you need to kind of change that a little bit. It's more dark narratives. There's a lot of different narratives about Freemasonry that tend to be darker or more negative. I would use the term conspiratorial. I mean, as a general rule, I tend not to let it bother me because unfortunately, for better or worse, we can't really control those things, right? I wish we could. I wish we could control kind of the the narratives, but you really can't. A lot of them developed from World War II and Adolf Hitler, linking Freemasonry to other conspiracies about, for example, Jewish people. Um, a lot of them come from people who are struggling within their lives and looking for easy people to blame or ways to make sense of kind of the challenges they're facing or the problems they see. And unfortunately, Freemasonry often finds itself the target. I just think we as Freemasons need to understand that if those narratives exist, it's upon us and incumbent upon us to fight back against them. It's kind of like getting into a fight. If you know that you have no choice but to get into a fight with somebody and there's nothing you can do to stop it, then it's incumbent upon you to be the best fighter you can be. And we can't make people stop saying these things about us and about Freemasonry, unfortunately. So all we can do is become as adept as possible at responding to it in as skillful a manner as possible. I hope that that made sense, Adolfo. Let me know if it did or if it didn't. We are at 53% right now for human Jason. Not much. I appreciate Adolfo's question. We had some people in from Spain. We've had some people in from around the world. We had some people in from Ireland. It's been fun. Have you kept up watching the movie or did you stop? Because currently they're in the sewers of New York, which honestly I think would be as dangerous as Jason. Technically, they're in the sewers of Vancouver, for the record. I have the box set, the box set of DVDs, and I really like the director's commentary on the movie. One of the benefits of physical media, director's commentary, special features. You got to do house chores. Good for you. I do not blame you for that at all. House chores are important. Usually weekends are my time to do house chores as well. No, Adolfo, your English is great. No worries at all. Yep, Franco in Spain kind of parroted a lot of Hitler's conspiracies, unfortunately. It's just unfortunately very common in dictatorships for that to happen or some version of that to happen. And there's nothing that can be done about it other than, the thing about us as Freemasons, right, is when these things started to happen, when these conspiracies started to take root, especially in Europe, for understandable reasons, the response was to kind of retreat from the public eye and be much more secretive than we had been historically, which I ultimately think was a mistake. But you can understand why they would do it. But I think in 2025, we need to be willing once again to be more open about our love of Freemasonry, why we're Freemasons, and what we hope to accomplish through Freemasonry. I love how in New York of the 1980s, there was just toxic waste and toxic goo just lying around the city. I feel like that's probably not an accurate thing that happened, but what do I know? Um, are you talking about WoW from the movie? Yes, the toxic goo spill. Um, it's a classic. Did you ever see this movie before? Mr. Keeps, it's funny, and this is going to make me seem very strange, Steve and Mr. Keeps and the other two people on this stream right now, so fair warning. But there is a park next to my apartment complex, and it's very small, but it's got a bunch of bushes. It's also next to the park is where our garbage is picked up from the whole complex, the whole apartment complex. Which means, unfortunately, the park has kind of become a haven for rats and mice who hang out there because they know at least once a week there's going to be some garbage put out, some free meals. Honestly, though, lately, one thing I enjoy doing at night is I'll go and I'll sit on the bench and I'll kind of watch the rats scurry back and forth. Because I like animals, even rats. I like animals more than people. I think even some rats are probably more honorable than people. They don't bother you or anything. They just kind of scurry around and do their own thing. And I kind of enjoy watching them. Especially if it's at night and I've finished my work and I've got a bit of time to kill. It's kind of like my own personal zoo. Having said that, obviously I do hope the city of Windsor does something and cleans up the rats in the park because I understand it's probably not the most hygienic thing to do. But I don't even know how much they can do, right? Honestly, I guess rat poison, maybe. But that could kill other animals, like squirrels and whatever else there is. And I don't want to see that happen either. So I don't know the best way to deal with it. But there are some rats in a park next to me. Hello, Magnus. How are you doing? I hope you're well. Please hit that like button if you've not done so yet. Adolfo, so did I answer your question well about the more negative narratives of Freemasonry? Actually, it's not rats. That's a myth. It's the fleas that traveled on rats. I feel like it's a weird thing. It's like rats got the bad press, but it was the fleas, not the rats. It's like blaming the parasites for the host behavior. Not, yes, insects. See, honestly, I've never minded vermin, insects. It's funny. I think I told this story on stream before, but I used to work in a jail, and whenever there was an insect in the jail, like a spider or whatever it is, I would always get a cup and put the spider in the cup and take it outside and, leave it outside. And one day, all of the inmates were making fun of me for trying to, save these spiders. I remember thinking to myself, like, who is making fun of whom right now? You guys are in jail, and you're making fun of me for trying to save a spider. Always made me laugh. Jesse, that's what I do. By the way, please, everybody, thank you for being here. Once again, they're playing my favorite, well, not my favorite, but one of my favorite Friday the 13th songs. I really like this song at the end of Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan. That's what I was thinking. No, next, Mr. Keeps, I believe, is Jason's Dead, the final Friday, if I recall correctly. Jason versus Freddy is actually tomorrow at like 6:15. Because there's all of these, then there's all the nightmares. Yes, but it's interesting. This one, oh, this is crazy nostalgic. Whenever I see this opening shot of the New Line Cinema logo, I remember like countless hours in my basement growing up watching these movies with friends or by myself, just on repeat. It's called Jason's Dead, the Final Friday, because when New Line Cinema got the rights to the Jason Voorhees character, from Paramount, they did not also get the rights to the title Friday the 13th. So they couldn't call it Friday the 13th Part 9. They had to call it Jason's Dead, The Final Friday. Crystal Lake, 4 kilometers away. Or 4 miles it would be. Honestly, one of the things I love about Friday the 13th Part 8 is that the dog is okay. I heard about that. I want to watch that because I heard it's really good. So it's on my list of things I want to watch for sure. I mean, I will always support YouTubers, especially as I'm trying to be a YouTuber. I'm working on it. I love this opening, by the way, to this Friday the 13th. I don't think it sticks the ending very well, but the actual like cabin in the woods, lady all alone. It feels like a Friday the 13th movie. We'll see, but I will say this, I am still waiting for the new Nightmare on Elm Street movie. I will tell you what I hope that they do with it is they pick up the story from part 5 and have Jacob be the main protagonist, who is the son of Alice Johnson. Yes, that is the FBI agent. Yes, I should probably say something. Spoilers galore. Spoilers galore. Don't expect to be coming to this stream and not getting spoilers, but these are all 20-year-old movies. Actually, wow, do I feel old. These are like 40-year-old movies. So if you are concerned about spoilers, then you're crazy. I liked both reboots, and that's actually a pretty controversial opinion when it comes to the Nightmare reboot. Most people really like Friday the 13th reboot. Most people think it's great. I think it's great. The Nightmare reboot, though, people tend not to like. I actually enjoyed it. I tend not to be one who knocks it near as much as other people seem to want to knock it or seem to want me to knock it. I think it's good. Not the best of the series, but very good. She's down. Nobody in the mirror. See, they know what the rules are at this point. So what they do is they kind of like play around with you, right? To make you think what's going to happen next. But I know it's been like 14 years since there's been a reboot of the Nightmare series, and I'd like to see them bring it back. I'd also like to see them just bring back Freddy's Nightmares, the TV show, because I love that TV show. It's part of these movies. You need it. I understand why you say that, Jesse, but I appreciated them trying something a little bit different with it. Gosh, I don't know. I understand what you're saying, though, and I do know a lot of people felt the same way. For me, I've always been a really big cheerleader of the second Rob Zombie Halloween 2 from 2009. That's really, really good and really underappreciated. And I still feel that way about it. So, in terms of my favorite Halloween movies, it goes Halloween from 1978, and then my second favorite Halloween movie is Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 from 2009. Don't think that movie gets near the love it deserves. I like the first one too from 2007. That was a great film as well. I think the Rob Zombie films are very, very unappreciated. By the way, they put this FBI agent in like all sorts of danger. When she fell off that balcony, um, it's amazing that she's still around. Not a huge fan of it, bit too gory for me. I tend not to be a fan of the gorier horror films, or the ones that seem to revel more in the kind of the sadism. I prefer ones like the Fridays and the Jasons, which it's a funny way to describe it, but are more lighthearted and are more fun, and a bit more like a roller coaster ride. Never saw it, but I heard that to be the case, so. Hey, it's Jason. It takes a lot of bullets to take this guy out, you know? It takes a lot of bullets. They got to do it. You know, the FBI has to do what they have to do. The Devil's Rejects, it absolutely is like a fever dream. And it was too much for me. Movies like this, where there's such a silly quality to them, I tend to enjoy them a lot more. Just because the head is on, look, the heart's still beating though. The heart is still beating. So we know what that means. I like the man in the hat. He's a good character. He doesn't think so. Or it's actually called, sorry, Jason Goes to Hell. I heard calling it Jason's Dead because they're thinking Freddy's dead, but it's Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday. I was getting it mixed up with Freddy Krueger and Freddy's Dead. So you have to give back my horror movie fan card if I get that mixed up. Trixie Trouble. Are you new to the stream, Trixie? Please hit like and subscribe if you're new. I don't recognize the name. I am too. It's going to be, where is it going to be again? It's going to be on Prime, I think, called Crystal Lake. I think that's going to be awesome as well. But welcome, Trixie. How's it going? Usually on these streams I talk about Freemasonry. If you have any thoughts on Freemasonry at all, please let me know. And I'd love to hear your thoughts. And Trixie, let me know what your favorite oh, YouTube chat service is mad at me. So be it. I'm not afraid of a YouTube chat service. This one stars Kane Hodder as Jason. Yeah, I know. I'll probably block YouTube chat service, but they just put those 3 messages. I'm not going to bother. I am, got to be honest, I'm very surprised by the results of my poll question. Which version of Jason Voorhees would make the best Masonic Tyler? Parts 2 to 4, the human Jason is at 50%. I figured the undead zombie or the space robot zombie would win out. Yeah, well, I mean, it's probably just a bot, to be honest. All right, I'll block him. It's funny because when this first came out, it was called. Actually, I got to change this. Um, it was called Jason Goes to Hell the Final Friday. Now it's called. On my list, it's called Friday the 13th Part 9, which is interesting that they changed it. Probably got the rights to the name after. All right, let's do some changes here. And let's pin this guy. I've never seen this part before. There's a gross part coming up. This movie is so kind of crazy. I enjoy it. Also, one of the characters in this movie was also a character in Friday the 13th, the television series, which supposedly had no relationship to Jason Voorhees, except uh, that supposedly the last episode of the TV series, they were supposed to try to find Jason's mask and return it to the antique shop, but they never had the final episode of it. I think that's just an urban legend, anyways. I try to be chill, and it's fun. You know, I'm going to be spending basically 2 days of my life doing nothing but watching these movies. I might as well jump on stream and see who wants to join and who wants to chat and hang out. And again, I can use this to talk about Freemasonry or anything else. I will be taking my first break in about in about 45 minutes at 7. Um, I will be back on around 8, but it gives me a chance to, take a break, grab some food. This is going for 2 days basically, so. You cannot, Kate, you can hit like and subscribe, but you cannot tell me about your bowel movements. What's going on, Christopher? This is where they go supernatural with Jason. This is where we find out Jason is actually a supernatural entity. They're going to talk to you all about it, Mr. Keeps. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. By the way, the security guard on the right-hand side, kind of behind the scientist, that's Kane Hodder, who normally plays Jason. He's a stuntman. Oh, Jesse, for me, Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street, because I love. Oh, sorry, favorite kill. The bug lady from Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4, the Dream Child, when she was turned into a cockroach. That's my favorite kill. Welcome, Sparks. Ice Wallow. So that's my favorite kill, is when the lady gets turned into a cockroach. Sorry, Kate, no deal. I guess we'll just never know about your bowel movements. I'm very sorry. But at least I got a like out of you. And hopefully you can also vote in our poll question. The cult is going well. It's the cult of Square and Compass. How are you doing? I mean, we got people here wanting to talk to us about their bowel movements, though, so I don't know how well it's going, to be honest. To me, it's always got to be, though, ultimately Nightmare on Elm Street. Like, you can't beat those kills. The Welcome to Prime Time B word, where she goes through the TV, um, turning into a bug, the motorcycle, eating yourself. Those are all great, great, like horror movie kills. And Friday, I feel like it's the sleeping bag kill that always wins it out. Um, Halloween doesn't really, in my opinion, have any really like memorable ones, except maybe Dr. Loomis from Rob Zombie's Halloween 2009. All right. Well, Kate is getting blocked. Or putting in timeout, I should say. I tend not to block if I can help it. Good for you, Christopher. Ugh, prunes. I've never. To me, being backed up is worth it if I don't eat prunes because prunes are gross. I feel like you might not be. I feel like you may have some things to talk about that are gross, but welcome, new Kate. I hope that you will hit the like and subscribe button. I enjoyed it. I like the idea of a slasher from the killer's perspective. It's an interesting idea. Like basically, we do need in the horror genre to get some new ideas. We obviously had like a movie that's come out now is called Good Boy, that is a horror movie told from a dog's perspective. I think that's really interesting. Um, what's a litter robot? Like a litter box that's automatically cleans the litter box? That would be a good thing to have. I didn't know that such a thing existed. Yes, it is. People don't take for granted how much work it actually is. Oh, for heaven's sakes. Me too. It looks, and again, as somebody who likes animals more than people, I think and also I like the fact that it's a scary movie told from the dog's perspective, but the dog is the good guy. There's been plenty of movies where the dog gets rabies, um, Cujo being the famous example, but it's like, must they always be on the negative side? And so I like the fact that we're getting the positive. The dog is the good guy. Because dogs, after all, are man's best friend. I have no doubt if a place was actually haunted, the dogs would would protect the owner, not the cat. The cat would just, so long as the ghost fed the cat would not care at all if his owner or her owner was being chased by some type of benevolent or terrible force. I dig these Fear Fest American Case File. I dig these commercials. No, Kate. No. Cats will always. I like dogs, don't get me wrong, and look who's back, but cats are better, that's for sure. Chem, I cannot do Butthead. I cannot do, um, well, you're back, clearly. So far, you've got timed out for 30 seconds and then 24 hours. I'm going to try to time you out again. We're going to see how it goes. But if you're going to keep showing up, you could at least hit the like and subscribe buttons in honor of your dedication to being in this stream. Creighton Duke. I like that character. Well, Mike Judge, I'm sure, is a very handsome fellow. So because of that, at the very least, I'll take it. I'll look like because I'm sure Mike Judge is a handsome dude. This is a very insane character. I will say this, Kate, you are dedicated to this bit. You keep doing you though, Kate. Just whenever you create one of these new accounts, at the very least, what you could do is hit the like and subscribe button each time. That'd be nice of you. Crystal Lake. I appreciate that, Kate. I mean, you, by all means, if you can subscribe over 100 times, I would very much appreciate that. So how do you create 100 accounts? That's a lot to be creating all at, like, you must have a lot of time on your hands. Yes, as Nightpot says, like, share, and subscribe. I got like 8, and I felt like that was too much. But for heaven's sakes, do that for the 100 accounts. If you have any questions about Freemasonry, by the way, please let me know. You seem awfully interested in talking about bowel movements or somebody who works in cybersecurity. Not very well, which is why I've jumped onto YouTube. Anna Graham of Ginger. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Thank you for being here. We got Small Town USA, Crystal Lake. Actually, Kate, I hope you don't mind my asking, and I'm being kind of serious about this because I'm generally curious. Why do you like to troll? Why, like, what is the? Because I'm as somebody who tries to stream regularly, what is it about trolling that you find enjoyable? Because it seems to me like it would not be particularly fun. Um, oh, this is definitely a comedy, this movie. This is a horror comedy. But by the time that these movies came out, both Friday and Nightmare were switching over to the more comedy side of the genre. There is something naturally ridiculous about like Jason Voorhees' character, so you can lean into that. Kind of works well. That is awesome, Kemalolo. I'm just gonna use Chem. I can't say that. Uh, I've been to a few lakes called Crystal Lake, and I love it. It's the attention you get from it. So is it one of those things where all attention is good attention? Um, because it seems to me that if you're annoying people, that's maybe not the best way to get attention. Yes, that was part 10. Jason Goes to Space, Jason X, which was a great movie. Um, Hence, in the poll question, people may have noticed that Jason from Space got 20% of the vote for who would make the best Tyler in a Masonic Lodge. Oh, it was great. All those movies, the space one, like by the time you get to part six, they really are pushing more the humorous side of it. But they're great. Like, I really do love. You don't need to take these movies seriously to have fun with them, and the jump scare quality. Well, maybe I hope, Kate, that you are able to find some perhaps more enjoyable or more constructive ways to get attention. Or maybe even better yet, I hope that you find a place in your life where you no longer feel the need for attention. Um, because it's a very dangerous, in my experience, for what it's worth. It can be a very destructive need to have the desire for attention, especially if there's no desire for attention for, like, it's one thing to want attention if you want to, let's say, be an actor. Even then, though, you should want to be an actor not for attention, but just because you love the craft of acting, right? Do things for the love of the craft, not for the attention you get from it, for whatever it's worth, my humble opinion. But what do I know? I don't know you at all. And if trolling gives you enjoyment, then so be it. Hey, there's been 13. If you count Freddy versus Jason, there's been 13 of these films, and they're all great. I love them all. But I loved part three, Nightpot. Honestly, Chem. When it comes to my favorite of these movies, it goes part six, Jason Lives, and then number two is part three, 3D. I suppose that's true, Jesse. Though, as a general rule, I'm not a big fan of the idea of trolling, even if it's harmless, just because it tends to mess up it messes up the flow of the chat, if that makes sense. It's one thing when you have 100 people, 1,000 people watching, then it becomes a different game. But when there's 7 or 8 people, it's very easy for these to kind of get off track. I will be back in a moment. You'll still see me on the stream. I am going to leave you guys in the capable care. Where'd I put him? Of my co-host, Chemo Lolo. I'm going to call you Chemo. Please hit like and subscribe. I need to go put my food in the air fryer to get ready for dinner. So be nice to my wonderful co-host. I'll be back in a moment. And hit the like and subscribe button. I'm back. Heaven bless air fryers, maybe the greatest invention of all time. Pennywise is back. Welcome back, Pennywise. How's it going? I mean, he should have, because he is a good boy. So he should have got that. But anyway, just so you know, I'm currently watching Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday on AMC Fear Fest. If you want to watch it with me. At 7, we're going to be taking the first break. Be about an hour or so. Actually, hold on just one sec. I'll be back again. Oh, that's my cat. All right. I am 42 years old. Thank you for making me feel old, Z. How are things going in Alabama? Thank you for making me feel old, Pennywise. Here I am trying to be young, trying to feel young. You guys are here. I'll take it. I assume because I look so young and so full of energy. So I will take it. Thank you so much. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . We're here hanging out, watching AMC Fear Fest. Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday. Yes, the weather here is starting to cool down as well. However, not nearly as much as I would like it to cool down, that's for sure. I would very much prefer, yeah, Huntsville, Alabama, right? I'd very much prefer a little bit more feeling of actual, like, fall right now. I love Tennessee. Tennessee's got that beautiful Masonic Grand Lodge in Nashville. Tennessee's also got some really wonderful and really friendly people. Is Nashville and Alabama, like, are they neighbors? Tennessee and Alabama are neighbors. Yeah, well, Pennywise, way to make me feel very, very old. But I love Tennessee. I've been to Tennessee a bunch of times. Sadly, never been to Alabama, but it's on my list. I really want to go there because um, they got a really cool Masonic heritage and Masonic history there. So I'd like to experience it firsthand instead of just experiencing it through my YouTube videos and interviews. Well, Megan, Williamson, I hope that you find peace um, before that. I hope you find peace as soon as you possibly can, and not maybe wait for Megan, or not wait for the Lady in the Moon. What I find, for what it's worth, is, I'm not being sarcastic, but peace has to come from within at first. If you can find peace from within, then you'll be all set. The diner, the famous small town scary movie diner, which, for me, the most iconic and best scary movie diner ever is the Crave Inn from Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4 and Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5. But this one's pretty iconic too. you're just joining us, welcome. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. I'm just watching AMC Fear Fest and hanging out. If I'm going to be watching it all day, I might as well, you know, live stream while I'm doing it. I'll be taking a break in another 15 minutes, and I'll be coming back on with either a new stream or I may go on to my other channels. I'm a sniper's dream? Well, please don't snipe me, anybody, because, I would like to keep on living a little while longer. Dr. Utesh, though, thank you for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe button. I think you're new to the stream, and let me know how you're doing, if there's anything you want to talk about. Answer my poll question or poll questions. Check out my channel, all that good jazz. Sure, talk away. I keep in mind, I'm going to be ending this stream in about 14 minutes at 7 o'clock, so I don't know how much we'll be able to get into it. As a rule, I'm anti-conspiracy theories, but they can be fun to talk about quickly. Right now, what I'm actually doing is watching AMC Fear Fest, the Freddy versus Jason marathon. If you want to watch along with me, I hope you will do so. But by all means, ask me some questions. I'll see what I can do for answers. So is that how you would define conspiracy, or is that how you would define the proof of the conspiracies? Wasn't he, I could be wrong, wasn't he the gentleman who was involved with the Donald Trump assassination? My assumption would be he had some type of internship to work there. Okay, so then yeah, my assumption is he had some type of internship who tried to work there. I don't think he's the devil. I mean, if you're talking literally, you may not agree with what he does, which when you're weapons, I think Palantir is a weapons manufacturer, right? Or is it the, yeah, it's weapons manufacturing, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, he's the AI guy. I've heard of that. Um, I mean, I don't know if he's the devil, but I'm concerned about mass surveillance. I think anybody would be smart enough, or at a smart enough level, should be concerned about mass surveillance. So, really, I want to check that out. I'm gonna look into that. I'm curious now. So Palantir is a spherical, indestructible seeing stone used for communication, intelligence gathering, and viewing distant events in the past. That's really cool. I did not know that. That is a fun fact. Thank you for sharing. I'm not a big Lord of the Rings or science fiction fan. You want to be careful with this idea of how deep it goes. I'd be hesitant about that, right? Sometimes when you start to believe things are going deep, you can start to view them as going deeper than they actually are. Thank you, Dr. Utesh, and thank you for being here. I'll be ending this first stream pretty soon. I'll be back on later with a brand new one. So I try my best. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. As always, like, comment, subscribe, share, follow me on my other channels, all that good stuff. I'm going to be ending this stream in another, oh, Jason's gone, in another 7 minutes. I'll be back on tonight at around 8 o'clock Eastern with another stream, maybe even on my personal channel. We shall see. But thank you all for being here. And it's been fun. I'll be back in just 1 second. I'm just going to heat up my food for a little bit longer. I got my leftover pasta in here. All right, if you're just joining, please take a moment, jump in the chat, say hello. Currently watching on AMC Fear Fest. Friday the 13th, or actually, sorry, Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday. I'm not in Halifax right now, Rohit. I'm in Windsor, Ontario, Canada. The weather is a beautiful day, way too beautiful to be fall, to be honest, but that's okay. We still get scary movies and AMC Fear Fest. No, NN, I'm not a vet. I was born missing my legs. However, NN, I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know if you have any questions about Freemasonry. Same thing, Rohit, please hit the like and subscribe button. I would truly, truly appreciate it. And thank you for being here. I usually talk about Freemasonry on these streams. For me, I just wanted to come on, and while I'm watching TV, figured I could hang out and chat with people. I do have no legs. I was born missing my legs. So, yeah, never had any. So I don't really like to use the term I was missing my legs, because when I was born without them, right? It's not like you were born missing anything. You know, it's funny. One day I could do a whole stream about that, just all the things that Freemasons do for the communities, which is a lot, including sometimes providing medical equipment to people who need it. Wheelchairs, walkers. I don't really use prosthetic legs very much, or at all. I used to when I was a kid, but for the last probably 30 years, it's been wheelchair exclusive. We're going to be ending this stream soon, but I will be back at some point. I don't quite know when, about 8 o'clock or so. We're going to keep up with the keep up with the live stream talking about AMC Fear Fest, Freemasonry, whatever else you want to talk about. I could stand on what I have. I do stand on what I have sometimes. It doesn't hurt. Well, it also depends on the nature of see you soon. It all depends on the nature of the disability and injury and so if you, for example, were to lose your limbs, that's in an accident, there may be more sensitivity in the stumps, or depending on the nature of the injury, or maybe if you're born with a specific type of disability or amputation, it may hurt more. It really just does depend. No worries, Ashton. I appreciate you being here for while you were here. Thank you so much. That was incredibly kind of you to be here. I'll be back around 8 p.m. or so. And I will talk to everybody then because I need to get some food and I'll talk to everybody soon. All right, guys. Talk to you later. Bye. Thank you, Ashton. Like, subscribe, share the stream. All that stuff helps out majorly. All right. See y'all later.